What's up to the chat? What's up to the chat? What's up? What's up, fellas? Welcome to the show on Hot Mic Friday. What's up? Shout out to my main man, Michael for Goods up in his house. What's up, fam? I seen you earlier, fam. Shout out to my man, Fat Farm Ray. What's up, fam? My man, Mr. Larry Willis in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. James Brown Sr. in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Wild Mongoose Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Mr. Russell Shaw. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Merritt Scholes in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. William Torres in the house. What up, fam? Windmill. Yo, Windmill. What's up, fam? Man, Mr. William McNeil in the house. What up, fam? Yo, T-Mac. What's up, fam? Yo, Benny. What up, fam? Shout out to the biking family, LG up in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Bulldog Jones in the house. What up, fam? My man, newcomer to the house, my man, Woodway Kennels in the house representing. What's up, fam? Welcome to the show, fam. Yo, Woodway, as you know, you done walked up in here and you see all this blue hanging around up in here. This is what we call the Shark Tank, fam, and them are the sharks. In order to get that hardware and become one of them sharks, all you gotta do is two things. First thing is you gotta show up. You did that already. Second thing is participate in the chat. What I mean by participation is get on in there, man. You got something to throw in there. Feel free to speak your voice so I can see how you swim amongst these sharks. A lot of knowledge up in there, and you have any knowledge to share, it would be so much well appreciated. Participation is a must to get that hardware. Appreciate you showing up, fam. My man Paris Brown up in here. What up, fam? 614 Tree, homeboy representing in the house. Shout out to my main man, the one and only Mr. Jermaine Hunter in the house. What up, fam? Yo, JD, what's up, fam? K9 Proceeds in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Jason Clark in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Mr. David Morris in the house. What up, fam? Appreciate everybody showing up tonight. Appreciate everybody showing up tonight. Don't forget to take that poll. Don't forget to participate in that poll. Shout out to the Shark Tank. What's up, fellas? Y'all know how we do it, Sharks. Y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. And to all the new viewers that come in and is out there, all you got to do, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. If you're new to the show, don't forget to keep your eye on what's going on in the Shark Tank. That's what we consider, that's the chat. For those who don't know, that is the Shark Tank. A lot of information that goes on, that goes along with what goes on in the show. Don't want you to miss nothing. Shout out to my man, 1KRU up in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Tony Montana. I see you, fam. Shout out to my main man up in the house, Samurai Kennels, Modern Game Dogs in the house representing. What's up, fam? Samurai, appreciate the love, fam. Mo Twin 2 sent me the link, man. Appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Got me up there hanging out with the big dogs. Yeah! Shout out to my man, Martinez Game Dogs in the house representing. What's up, fam? Man, yeah, rock, sir, knock in the house. What up, fam? Man, I hope I ain't be butchering that, fam. Appreciate the love, though. My man Ben Brockton in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Rodney Stewart in the house. What's up, fam? Y'all don't forget to participate in that poll. Y'all know how we do this. Temperature check. Temperature check. Now y'all know we've been pushing this thing about the like button. You know, we get around, a lot of us, we happen to run into each other as we visit other people's chat rooms. But one thing that we started to hear about 2 weeks ago, we was gonna make it a point, start right here in this room, right here in the Shark Tank. Not everybody got a Shark Tank. This was to make them exclusive. They're a brand in their own. Y'all represent that Shark Tank hard. When we show up in other people's room, we make it a point that when we walk in their house, we always hit that like button. This is something that we have always seemed like it's an algorithm thing through YouTube, and it always helps the channel. We always thought that's the least thing a person could do when you're enjoying the show. So here at the Shark Tank, what we did, we made it a point to show everybody else how we do it. Then we go and meet up with each other in other people's chat room. One thing we go with us when we do, we step off outside this Shark Tank. We make it a point that when we show up, we show out. And when we show up, one thing you ain't got to remind us to do is that hitting that damn like button. It could be 40 of us in the room. You're gonna have 40 likes. That's the whole point of hitting the like button, fellas. To show your appreciation. While you're there, don't cost nothing. If that's all you can do to help out some of our fellows, chat members, fraternity members that's running their shows, it's always a plus and it will always be appreciated. But I figured if we're gonna start it off, right here, and we have done great. I've seen a lot of these guys show up and we hang out in other people's chat rooms. And it's just a pleasure to see that when my fellas in the Shark Tank people show up, them likes have started going up. And the good thing about it, when they see them likes going up, they can still be in another person's chat room and say, y'all don't forget to hit that like button. I appreciate that from the Sharks. Y'all know why y'all pop that blue around here. Because around here, that blue means we all on the same page. That means we all trying to obtain the same goal. We all stick together. We represent together. We talk dog together. Don't give a damn where it is. So big shout out to the Sharks. Big shout out to the Sharks and all them boys in blue. For those who don't know, that blue represents they are bull sharks. Y'all don't know nothing about that. I'm pretty sure y'all don't know nothing about them bull sharks, but you need to read up on them. They ain't nothing to be playing with, fellas. They ain't nothing to be playing with. Yeah. Shout out to my man Ben Brockton in the house, starting the damn super chat off right. He said tonight, sponsored by Pro in the Game. He's laughing his ass off. Stop it, man. Stop it. Ben, you're going way back, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. Appreciate the love, Ben. That's another thing, fellas. You know, we got your super chat out there. We got your super stickers. You'll see running across the bottom of the screen. There'll be a cash app for those who just want to donate to the channel. But here, super chats get priority. You put up a super chat, don't care how much it is, could be 99 cents, $1.99, you still gonna get represented. When I say represented, if you have a question, we're gonna stop, we're gonna answer your question. If you got a statement, we're gonna stop and read your statement. And regardless of what it is and how much it is, it's always gonna be appreciated. So don't forget to show your love. Appreciate all the donations. Appreciate everybody showing up tonight. And this is going to be one of them conversations. First of all, you know, based on the poll, this is going to be one hell of a conversation. Because we know we're going to start right there. So don't forget, fellas, if you got something to say, you know what I'm saying? Trust me, I stay on top of the chat. So if you make a point or you make a statement or you have a question without having to do anything, if it's worth a while, I will pin it up. If you get your message pinned up, we're going to address it. So don't be afraid to voice your opinion up in the Shark Tank. We all believe in it's okay to agree to disagree. It's all good. But I'll tell you what, around here these sharks bite. They biting hard. So don't get offended if we have a conversation about your comments. It's okay. Fight for your rights, baby. Fight for your rights. Yeah. Shout out to my main man, SBO Kennels, coming in with the 20-piece. Appreciate the love, SBO Kennels. He said, paying dues for the knowledge and smash that damn like button. Thumbs up, muscles, roses. Appreciate the love, fam. That's what I'm talking about, my man. Worldwide Kennels coming right in. Newcomer stepping right in, paying dues right off the top with a super sticker with that buy piece. That's the way you do it, bam. Appreciate the love. My man Dreadlock in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Mike Dan. What up, fam? Self-made Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, AJ. I see you, fam. My man Double M Despo in the house. What's up, fam? My homeboy representing Rag City in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, oh man, I see you, fam. My man Bill Bixler's in the house. What's up, fam? Asiatic soldiers in the house. I see you, fam. Shout out to my main man, Bulldog Jones with the 10-piece with the super jet. Appreciate the love, fam. He said, much love to the historian twins. Appreciate the love, fam. Look. Man, when we get together on Tuesdays and Friday nights, it's like sitting at a pig pit. All we gonna do is sit back and just talk dogs, so enjoy yourself. Cause we enjoy what we doing and couldn't do it without y'all. Represent hard when the Shark Tank. Couldn't do it without you. Shout out to the almighty one in the house. What's up, bam? Yeah, y'all know what time it is. It's the boogeyman time. Creep up. Ooh, that pole getting funny now. That pole starting to look a little funny over there. For all the new viewers who's just sitting back, just watching the show, don't forget to take the pole. Just jump right in there. Ain't gonna hurt you nothing, don't cost you nothing. This is what we call a temperature check. We temperature checking. We know this is, we speak from this based on the past. But we gonna talk about it. You know we gonna talk about it. So you might as well go ahead and get your vote in now. My man Bo and them in the house. What's up, fam? man Pedigree. Hot vibe in the house. What's up, fam? Pedigree. Shoot, fam. I see you. Once again, I'd like to shout out everybody who showed up tonight on this Friday night. Appreciate everybody showing up. Now, we done showed up. Now it's getting ready to get time so we can show out. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. All the viewers sitting back there, just back there watching, all you got to do is just, you know what I'm saying, got that little thumb up right there. It don't cost you nothing. All you do is just click and come back to the show and just sit back and relax and enjoy yourself. Thank you again for showing up. If I miss him, but just in case, my man DBS in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my long-time supporter, my man, Mr. Prentice Cars in the house. What's up, fam? Yeah, that's a nasty pole. I'm telling you, man. Hey, donate. It's awful close, ain't it? We ain't had a poll this close in a long time, man. Look, that's why it's important everybody watching the show, everybody who's out there. Don't forget to get your votes in. Don't forget to take that poll. It's called a temperature check. We want to see where your head at. Shout out to my main man, Arrowhead Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Zachariah, 23 in the house with the super chat, with the 5-piece. Appreciate the love, fam. He says, salute my online mentors, S2W. Appreciate the love, fam. Appreciate you having you. Appreciate you being part of the Shark Tank. Check it out, fam. Couldn't do without you guys. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We nothing without the sharks. So if you're getting something out of this, guess what? We all benefit because we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing if it don't be for what y'all doing. So, peace out. S2W. In other, for those who don't know what that means scratch to win, baby. Scratch to win, baby. Oh yeah. Now you know. Gotta give a shout out to my man, his mother Lionhead's in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Jason Parker in the house. Welcome to the show, fam. Welcome to the show, Jason. As you can see, man. As you see, this is the Shark Tank, fam. This is why you see all that blue. In order to get that blue, two things you gotta do. You gotta show up. You did that already. Now that you're in here, you gotta participate in the chat. What I mean by participating in the chat, commenting. Show me what you know. Let me see how you swim amongst these intelligent sharks. If you can do that, you will be getting your hardware, fam. Shout out to my main man, Mr. Jeff Smith in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, D-Roy, I see you, fam. Shout out to my main man, Mr. Damon Johnson in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Jeff Smith, what's up, fam? What's up to the chat? What's up to the chat? What's up, fellas? But y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit them subscribe buttons. Don't forget to participate in that poll. As y'all know, this is Hot Mic Friday. This is Journey with the Time of the week where we get into some serious conversations, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, it gets hot up in here. Now, in order for this to be cordial, I know everybody, I see a lot of comments going on in the Shark Tank, which, you know, you're gonna have them. Everybody gonna have their opinions, and we need them opinions. We need everybody to participate in the chat. As you know, I'll be monitoring the chat, you know what I'm saying? So when I see them points, you might see them get pinned up. But if you want to make a comment on something, you know what I mean? You can hit that super chat and we will address the issues that you have and your concerns. If you just want to donate just to be donating, hey, you got the super sticker over there. Then you got Cash App sitting over here. So that leaves room for any and everybody who feel it in their heart that they just want to donate to the channel. Show their appreciation, because regardless of what you put in there, it's always going to be appreciated, because everything that we try to do here, we try to make sure we're giving back. I just do the podcast sitting here talking in front of you, but we have other things that we're trying to work on to make these things better, because we want to actually get up outside of what we're doing right here, get out there where y'all at. You know what I mean? Create something where we can get everybody together and we can just sit down and put some faces to some of these names and just do what we do. Hang out and talk dog. Because that's what's important in the game today. You know what I'm saying? Being able to know who you're dealing with, who you're talking to, and be able to just hang out like we used to back in the day. And hey, talk nothing but about them dogs. Y'all know that's what it's all about. I've been watching the poll out here. For those who not really paying attention to the poll, I'm going to just go ahead and run it down by you right quick. Did the use of steroids in the past put the opponent at a disadvantage when game dogs were matched up? Now, you know, Mo ain't got here yet. He had a doctor's appointment, but he'll be here on the way in. You know, he got all these crazy tests that finna run because he's fixing to be out for a minute for this little surgery thing. Supposed to be trying to get it done. You wouldn't believe he actually trying to get it scheduled between Tuesday and Friday. Trust me, I ain't got nothing to do with that, but that's what he chooses to do. He's trying to get the surgery on a Wednesday and think he gonna be back out by Thursday. We're gonna see how that work out for him. But he's gonna be doing a couple of this testing here thing for a minute. But about these steroid situations. Now, we all know back in the past when we was doing what we did, you know, not everybody used them. You know, and to me, it was just by choice. We didn't start out using, you know, but there came a time period where we end up changing our concept because we started being around a bunch of people actually taught us how to. Now, we all know in most sports, I mean, I'm pretty sure I don't know one sport out here that where they're allowing the use of PEDs. I think they're banned in all, you know, sports. But there's a reason why it's banned. Because they feel like if you're using it and you have an advantage over the other people who are not using it. Now, that alone should be one of them things to where you look at that situation and you say, okay, if it's legal over here, because it's giving other people a better advantage. In order to be able to knock that, you have to understand what that advantage is. So that means you have to really understand the PED, the performance enhancing drug. It enhances everything that you're doing. Now, it don't make you Superman. Not meant to do that. And you have to understand what steroids actually do, even for the human being. And just take that same concept and say, okay, that's the same reason why we did it with the dogs. It enhanced their performance. That's all it did. It didn't make the dog. It didn't make the dog Superman. But it actually enhanced what you were trying to get out of the animal. Now, some people liked that. Some people didn't. Problem is, it wasn't banded for in our competition. Because nobody actually walked around and started talking about who was on droids and who wasn't. Didn't nobody care. You know, so it wasn't really a way that you could really determine who was doing it and who wasn't. So I'm not going to sit here and knock the person who wasn't. Sure, I hope they wasn't going to be knocking me because I wasn't walking out there telling them, you know, twin, he on roids. Why would it matter? Because that's basically what it comes down to. I've never ever heard anybody that walked away from a situation because of this. Now, the purpose of the poll tonight is, and I'm noticing it's still the same way. You know, there's still that controversy in the advantage point of it. Now, that part right there, that's what takes me for a whirl. Shout out to my main man, Mr. Jeff Smith, for the 10-piece. Appreciate the love, fam. You got the super chat in there. He says, keep scratching every damn day, twins. Appreciate the love there, fam. Long-time supporter, Mr. Jeff Smith. So, you know, anytime that you have anything to say or do, you know you are always welcome, sir. Appreciate that. I see my man Dickie Foster in the house. What's up, fam? Who's that in there? T Dizzy in the house. What's up, fam? Okay, let me get back to these roid situations. Now, y'all know that, again, it's a performance-enhancing drug. Couldn't really tell who was using it. Never really mattered who was using it. But the thing was, if you didn't know how to use it, you could take a good dog and mess a good dog up. That's all. Some people were better at doing it than others. I'll just put it that way. Never looked at it as an advantage, because regardless of who was standing over there, it shouldn't have mattered. You know, there was a whole lot of different keeps out there. You know, one man's keep don't make his dog better than the next man who's running another keep. So when you're looking at that from that point of view, you don't know how that person is and what keep he using or nothing else. And I never looked at the steroids as an advantage. You know, especially the way we used to work our dogs. They needed all the help they could get, because that was the sole point of doing what we was doing. You have to understand what a keep is. Once you understand the purpose of a keep, then you'll understand why they banned PEDs from sports. Because it gave them that extra ability to do things that the average person that wasn't on them could do. That is what makes the disadvantage. You cannot take that disadvantage that's happening over here, being that as a human being, you do it by choice. When you're doing it over here, you control the choice, because, you know, if you feel like you can win without them, then you bring it on. Guess what, fellas? A lot of that changed when people start seeing what was happening when it came down to the ones that were on them roids. You wasn't doing it, you was going to be definitely trying to figure out how to, or who was willing to give you the insight on how to, because it changed the game. Like it changed the game over here in sports, it definitely changed the game over here. Point was, you wasn't coming over here and you wasn't nobody obligated to tell you what they was using or what they was doing or how they was doing it. So this is why I never looked at it as a disadvantage, because as far as I was concerned, or we were concerned anyway, remember I was the second, so I was always the one that had to deal with the dog first, opponent's dogs in the first place. And you couldn't really tell who was on and who wasn't. No, that was my point. You never could really tell. No? So, and I never ever asked, because at that point it didn't matter. So you can't blame the advantage. You can't really lock down where the disadvantage was coming from for it to be a disadvantage. We understand the PED does what it does, but in this game here, because you didn't take advantage of that situation and you got blew out because you couldn't keep up with a pace that had been set, and that pace could be set based on the PEDs. Believe that, because if you got it in you, you've been worked to be able to maintain and be at a high pace. Remember, that performance enhancer, it does enhance, and it does enhance at a rate that if you ain't got it, you better hope damn well that you got it in this thing right here to keep up, because it's the lack of being able to keep up is what was causing the discrepancy. It's made people start changing their minds that wasn't doing it, that wanted to start doing it, because you didn't want to be at a disadvantage. You couldn't go around talking about, I'm not going to do it because of you using this. Because there wasn't a rule to determine if you could or if you couldn't. So, fellas, don't think it was cheating, because you're cheating when you're doing something you're not supposed to do. In sports, that sports, you know, human sports, it's cheating, because it did take advantage of the people who weren't doing no way. But you can't bring that same attitude over here. You make the choice that you choose not to. So if you make that choice that you don't want to, that's on you. You can't make that choice for everybody and what everybody else doing. That ain't how that game works. So if you ran up against a monster, it could or couldn't have been, you wouldn't have never known anyway. But you could always tell based on the pace. If it was done right, you could, you can't just really look and see what a dog looks like and say, oh, he on roids. So there was a whole lot of different ways that people used the roids at the time. Many different ways. We learned many different ways, and we created our own way. Because again, in the process of using the roids, you had to have the work that went with what the roids were meant to be used for. So we had to incorporate what we were using, how we was using it, and the times to use it. So that's one of them things that you have to look at when you say, okay, where's the disadvantage coming from? I don't understand it. I never looked at it as a disadvantage. Yeah, we were trying to do what we were doing to bring in the best animal possible. And maybe the person we was going into was doing the same thing. So at what point are we at the disadvantage? We're actually supposed to be on the same page. Now, if he happened not to be, does that mean he's going to be at a disadvantage? No, because remember, the roids never made the animal. Don't get that twisted. The roids didn't make the animal. You know what I'm saying? When we use performance enhancing drugs, you have to understand it gives the animal a chance to be able to recover and do things that he wouldn't do based on the work he's putting in. That's it. Don't give him no heart. Don't make him a Superman. You just can't pop him and he just gonna be all right and the drug take over. It just never worked like that. There was a whole lot of situations that you had to know what to do, how to feed, kind of work you was trying to put in, all the things that you had to get out of what you was trying to get. So I never got an understanding of when I put this out here. Me and Mo, like I said, we always talk about some crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's one of them things that I just come on. Let's see. We never had a poll to ask that question, and I'm surprised that it's close as it is at this point right now. With 112 votes, and we, from what I can tell, we have 51 for the yeses and 49 for the no. That means 51% of the people believe that the other opponent was at a disadvantage. Not trying to be ignorant and sarcastic or anything, but that 51%, that was your bus.
Right. I'm gonna tell you now.
Yeah, that's your bus.
A lot of them champions out there in Grand Champions.
Hey, look, man, my man had just walked in the door. He's coming in. Look, just held it down for him because I knew he was on his way. But he fixing to get into this just a little bit more. I only speak of it being I'm the second, and I'm always the one. During that time period, I was always responsible for what was fixing to go down. I never ever did he ever tell me, hey, to ask them if they was on roids or not. That never really ever mattered, never came up, never was an issue because we didn't damn it care. So
we was.
We sure the hell was. Hell yeah. You know what I mean? They could look at our animals and you could tell. Simply because we bought in big but light dogs. Our dogs might have been light in weight, but they were big to the point to where you would think they would be overweight. But again, remember, we need performance enhancing, so that means we can put in that extra work. We can control everything. Hey Mo, you ready to get in, man?
Oh yeah, man. I'm ready.
Go ahead and break it down, man. As I turn it over to Twin 2. I didn't give him before you get on and sit down because you told me not to. You told me not to. So
pass it.
all right, so I'm gonna let you pass
it up since you don't need Roy's things. And
it's close. Good man. Job. Good job. Yeah, that vote is close. I just got one little input to add to it. One little input. He said something that made a lot of sense. He said, reason why it's illegal in the sporting world, because it gives athletes advantage. Advantage. What advantage does it give the athlete? It gives the athlete an enhanced advantage. Take that same thought and you bring it over here in our world where there ain't no rules to that. Don't change the fact that it gives that athlete an advantage compared to those who don't use it. So let's keep it honesty and keep it real, for real. Ain't got nothing to do with the athlete, because it don't make the athlete any better. But it does give an athlete the enhancement, period, like it does the human, it gives the dog. It gives the dog the same enhancement that it gives a human. It don't make the dog no different than what he is, but it gives him an enhancement. If you used it properly and you used it in your keep, you will be enhanced. Because if I got a killer, and you think that I am, and I'm on roids, and you think you're gonna come in there with that natural shit, I'm gonna run you down. I don't care how hard you work, because you don't carry the enhancement. I do. And I got the dog. See, that's the difference. See, when you got the dog and you got that enhancement, it's not no easy task to whoop. And I have put that to the test. And a whole lot of these champions and grand champions out here, y'all, was on them roids. Shady Lady, Tornado, all them dogs was on roids. All of them. Don't let them lie to you. Don't let them lie to you. Hardcore Stone City, Strictly Business, Gator Boys, Super Nat, Southern Kennels, Mayday, Barracuda, every damn one of them was on roids. Don't let them tell you they weren't. Oh yes, that enhancement does make a difference. It makes a big difference. You guys want to run around with that natural shit, that's on y'all. Remember, it don't matter. We don't go in there asking questions. Nobody ever came up to me and said, Twin, your dog on roids. It didn't matter. It didn't even matter. Point was, you bring your dog in the best possible condition. Listen to that. You bring your dog in its best possible condition. You can do it your way, and I can do it my way. But when we pit them two together, we're going to find out whose way going to work, because the dogs, if they on equal terms, bottom line, they on equal terms. Where is the enhancement at? If we plan on equal terms and you natural and I'm enhanced, what do you think? I'm not going to have no enhancement on your ass? Do you really believe that? If you can really condition your dog at a natural pace and think with me with enhancement, and I'm coming with my enhanced pace, that your natural pace is going to run with me, that's probably why I won so many in short order with them fast killers. Because no, you can't keep up. You can't keep up. I'm dealing with enhanced drugs the whole time I'm in a keep. I'm touching places you can't touch. Don't fool yourself with that. You cannot touch that. If you was like that, then why is they banning it over there in the sports of human beings? There is an enhancement. Don't change the fact that if you got a cur, you're going to have a cur, regardless of whether he's on roids or whether he's natural. A cur is a cur. But if you got a damn good dog and you got that damn good dog on roids, that damn good dog is going to be very, very hard to beat. And there's so many of them great dogs out there that you think was natural, they weren't. Because they knew what it took to win. You got a lot of good guys out there who don't use them. But you got a lot of good guys out there that do. The thing is, it did not matter. Period. Just bring your dog in at the weight. You don't care you giving them roids, if you feed them cheese or spinach, it don't matter. We don't care. Fine with me. Fine with me, because I'm coming in with roids. For real. I'm coming in with roids. And I'm coming in with the expectation of what kind of dog I'm bringing before he ever got on roids. The questions were answered before he ever touched the roids. So one thing I understood real clear when I was putting one in shape. The bulldog, all I got to do was work this bulldog with the enhancement. Give him what I call the edge. My edge is doing something that everybody else probably did not do. I don't hear too many people doing it. You hear the old timers saying it all the time. Pace gonna get you every time. You know, none of y'all gonna sit there and tell me y'all haven't heard that. The pace. The pace is, like I said, taking you out there in them deep waters, making you do something, making you work in a condition that my dog worked. You can keep up. You can keep up. Natural roids, it didn't matter. I didn't care. My thing was, can you keep up? Whether you want roids or not, I don't know. So I'm not thinking about you. I'm thinking about me. Can you keep up with me? And it's real hard to do when you're doing and you know what to do. This is why those big kennels had big wins and great dogs, because they had great dogs that they was able to enhance. Stone City, Hardcore, known kennels, Abrahams, McNasty, all them kennels, Big Ralph, everybody used them. Everybody used them. I know Supernat used them on Ace and them. Why those dogs was able to go in there and move at such a rate of speed and be so strong and biting the shit out your ass, you know what I'm saying, and breaking them down and not going the average of 40 minutes, and that's about the best you're going to get regardless of who you put on them. Dogs, when we bought our dogs in, my dogs look like they should be going at least 3-4 pounds more than, you know, than what they look when they get on that scale, because everybody always thought Brat was big. They always thought Roger was big. You know, every time they see our dogs, they look big. Why are they so big? Because we can cut them all the way down. We can dip in the body fats and I know how to use Royce so well that I know how to cut into that body fat and still go in there with a strong ass dog with very little fat on them. Or you gotta leave a little bit. I ain't gonna be in there that long to do all that. And the time that I did do it, went 3 hours and 17 minutes, I was still standing and scratching hard like I did the first scratch. So if it was ever tested, it was to test it that night. And that was a hell of a pace, 2 hours and 30-minute pace. That's the only time I've ever been tested. Didn't change the fact, if I didn't have a dog, I couldn't win. Bottom line, whether I was on it or not. But if I had the dog, believe me, it was definitely a fact that you was not going to keep up. We will definitely be bigger than you. We're definitely stronger than you. And guys just never figured that out when it came to us. They didn't. We didn't care if you bought it in or not. It didn't ever come a question to me. I didn't care. I was thinking about what I was coming in with. One thing I was making sure I had, and I was making sure I had the dog. Give me a dog like Brad. I'm going to tell you, that's like Pandy and Queen and Shady Lady. Them dogs was on roids. Them dogs would go in there and eat you up quick.
Not only was they strong, they was biting hard, and they was going at a buzzsaw pace, eating you up. Don't look for them to slow down. They got enhancement drugs. They've been conditioned under enhanced conditions. I conditions knowing I have enhancement in me. That I can push this dog and take this dog places that y'all be like, oh, that's too much. Not to me, not when I'm using steroids. I mean, how am I gonna know how good these steroids is working if I ain't seeing it in the key? I'm running dogs 15 miles with 15 pounds of weight. Dog ain't going nothing but 36, 41. It carrying 15 pounds of weight the whole keep on a meal, electric meal, on the bike, on the walks. Carrying that weight the whole time. The whole time. The whole time. Everybody got their way of doing things. So did I. I'm just giving you a peace of mind. I'm telling you what I was doing. I'm on steroids. I kept my dogs on weights. You know, the more heavy weights you carry, the more bulky and muscle mass you're going to have, the more stronger you're going to be because you're getting used to carrying it. Okay, then now you got to run, you got to jog, you got to walk. You got to do all this with that pressure or weight on you because the roids is going to help you. Get me Monday, Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday. Them was hard days in my keep. Them was real hard days. And if you notice between them 4 days, there's a rest day there. They don't even eat. That Sunday, they don't even eat. On Sundays, I don't feed them. I take them out, I walk them, I weigh them, I do all the normal routines, but they don't eat. They get a little water, they get a little drink, but that's all. Other than that, they're going to sleep all day because Friday and Saturday it was raw. They go right back in on Monday. Get ready to pick up another week. Each week we step up another level. And that was the key because I know I'm using steroids. I'm supposed to be able to look at this dog, have my program together, and see what I'm expected to see by Friday. By Saturday, I should know that I'm getting everything out. That means I should look better than I did Monday on Saturday. When they get down to them last 2 weeks out, here's the little secret. Imagine what my dog is feeling like when I'm peaking him. Now I'm at peak and I'm coming down. Imagine what kind of week he's having when he's getting on that meal, that treadmill, that bike, that electric meal with no weights. All the weights is off. I got a whole week of work with no weights. He's got a whole week of getting used to that lightness. 15 pounds not on him. All that work to put in him. What do you think he's looking like with no weights on him now? How you think he's feeling with no weights on him now? How you think he's feeling with all that work being broken in half? A whole week out, he's broke down to like 15 minutes on Saturday, but that's all he got left. 15 minutes of work, then a whole week of rest. I'm ready to follow Saturday. I don't care what you bring. I don't care what you bring. All the fixing and all the enhancing has been done. Now all we got to do is sit back and wait to perform. Just imagine what my dogs was looking like. Imagine how they performed. Exactly the way I would expect them to. No, you're not going to keep up with my pace. 2, you're sure as hell not going to take the goddamn onslaught I'm putting on. That was figured out before we even talked about using steroids and weights and keeps and anything else. We had already established what kind of bulldog is coming in here. All we doing is doing our part. My part is to enhance. I'm trying to enhance as much as I can out of it to make damn sure that I don't want nobody to be conditioning their dog like me. Nobody. Y'all want to keep on worrying about burning your dog out and Your dog did getting all out, and he wanting to jump on the female and the males and fuck the males and all that good stuff, you know, during the show. And you know what I'm saying? Some of them get out there and just run right hot, right off the back, 20 minutes, they're hot. No. You gonna tell me if you're seeing that on that night, then what was you seeing all 6, 7 weeks of your keep? Was you seeing all that in your keep? If you saw that in your keep, then how long did you catch on before you know, you didn't care? You missed the corrections? You didn't wonder about that? In your keep, you're gonna see all that. Me, I am a scientist. I breaks my stuff down. That's why when I did Brat and Pretty Mama, I said I would never do those two dogs ever again.
I hear the
Well, the roids, I mean, to me, the only disadvantage of having using roids is the breeding shit. But if you dog man that like doing dogs and you're a hunter, it didn't matter to us. You know, hopefully it all works out in the end. But I can guarantee you when they was matching Mayday and Nico Jr. and Nico and Buck, Yellow Buck, Red Man, Bozak, 9 Millie. You know, these are dogs I know firsthand. Firsthand. Pandy. Firsthand, these dogs was on roids. Queen of Heart on roids. Ricky Jones, everybody on roids. Everybody on roids. Satan, everybody on roids. I mean, this was a common thing for, you know, them fast laners. Them fast laners knew what was up. You know, you had a lot of guys who sit back there and say, you know, I'm doing natural, and you know, that's okay. I don't care. Don't change nothing about who you're going into. I mean, it should make a difference to me. It never did make a difference when it came down to getting in that box. It just didn't make a difference. Whether you had on roids or not, it didn't make a difference. We in here now. We in here. A lot of guys that lost to dogs that was on roids, you know, you wonder why you lost. You know, don't go blaming it on your condition because your dog ran hot. Don't understand why he looked so funny or so bad because, you know, you just didn't seem like you could keep up. There was a reason why all that was going on. You was being forced to do something you didn't do 6 weeks into your keep. And that's what we be banking on. I wouldn't care how you brought your dog in. Just bring the damn. You know, bragging about being on roids is nothing to brag about. Being off roids ain't nothing to be bragging about. Neither one of them means shit. Not in this game. Not back then. Because you can have dogs go in there and whoop a dog who's pumped up, roided out. Don't change the fact that he was a good dog. There wasn't on roids. He was just a plain ass, good ass dog. Okay. Whether you on roids or not, you know, it don't change the fact. If he a badass, he's a badass. But if I got a badass too, you best believe if I got a badass too, he gonna be at a disadvantage messing with this one. Because it depends on who's calling what bad. You got Class of the Titans, believe me. I'm gonna take advantage of what I got. I know I got an edge. I don't even know if he on roids or not, but I can tell you based on the matches that I've seen, that I've been in, we always had the upper hand. We could almost tell who was and who wasn't. Because you couldn't push me around. And you couldn't stop my onslaught. And it just seems like that I ended up more and more putting more pressure on it, the more and more you start flooding back. You know, because I'm too strong. I'm moving too fast. I'm forcing you to up your game to keep up. because you just as crazy as me. You like to fight too. I want to bring you into that. That's what us guys with Roy's do. We want to bring you into that because we want to take advantage. If you got guys that had their dogs on Roy's that did hard ass deep workouts on their dogs like I did, and I know a lot of them did, that's why they could go to them hour and 20, hours and 30 and seem like they got all the win in the world, and through the whole match, them dogs never slowed down. It seemed like they just took the good dog and just pounded on him, pounded on him, pounded on him until he just started getting wore down. Pounding on him, now he's getting wore down. Pounding on him, now he's getting ready to get picked up. Pounding on him, now he's quitting. All you got to do is just keep punching on him. If he's been conditioned to pound, he's going to continue to pound if he was conditioned and he has steroids in. I wouldn't care how much you worked your dog. You're going to feel that disadvantage of the steroids working on you because you're not going to keep up if we got the dogs on the same level. Except one has got steroids and one is don't. Yet they both are on the same level as Bulldog. I can guarantee you from steroids, because it's an enhancement, you're going to see the enhancement. You're going to see the enhancement. If I got the both dogs is on the same level, okay, I can say that because the dog that we went into with 3 hours, 17 minutes was on the same level. As a matter of fact, he was a little better than Psycho. He had talent. He had the pace, and he had the speed, and he had the mouth. So it was two dogs in there just blasting on each other. Neither dog wanted to give an inch. But in the long run, I had a little bit more. Had an ace in the hole. I always said that ace in the hole, being able to point out what you want him to do. Point out what you want him to do, but the roids probably would have had them both there. The roids is what had them banging like they was banging. Nowhere in the world a natural dog could have stood up to that pace, and there's no way. Because natural dog, if you try to do what I'm doing on roids, you can't, period. Don't lie to yourself because it's not true. It's just no way possible. Or it wouldn't be outlawed in every other sport but this one. That's just common sense. Do y'all want to face that part? You want to keep denying that part? Then go ahead. But it's undeniable. It's undeniable. Enhancement is going to be enhancement. It all depends on what you're enhancing. You got a great dog, you're going to have a greater dog enhanced. You got another dog that's coming in that's a great dog and he's on the roids, and you got two enhanced, roided up dogs that we might as well get ready to see a good one. And that's exactly what you're probably going to get, a good one. Who's going to win? We don't know. But in the long run, usually it's the one who can withstand the pain. It's always going to be a winner and there's always going to be a loser. And sometimes it's just nothing but a draw. Both dogs. Just get them, man. Be there all night. Roids back there in the day, shit, you think the 90s was the only time they was using roids? Could have tried the 70s. They had already mastered it, already introduced it to this game. Pretty sure they all don't want to tell you their secrets. James Crenshaw used them. A lot of kennels use roids. And the ones that sitting up there talking like they didn't, they lying. A lot of new guys make mistakes trying to use them. You can tell when some guys, you can just tell when some dogs, when it wasn't used right, you can tell when some guys had their dogs on roids and did something wrong. Because I always say, if you see something happen on a night that you claim that this dog was on roids, and all of a sudden at the 20, 30 minute mark, this dog then blew stone hot. I mean, hot where he need to lay down, sit down, want to stop working. That's running hot. That's something's wrong. I always say, You know, that's what they get for being on them roids. Well, do you think Royce did that, or you think it was a human error? Because if you didn't see it in your key, then something went wrong. You would literally have to say something went wrong. Because there's no way in the hell you're going to tell me it happened on a Saturday, but you had 7 other weeks see it happen in your key, yet you didn't. And all of a sudden on this night it happens to you. What did you do wrong? Figure it out. For your guys to go natural, thumbs up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I ain't got nothing wrong with a guy using that goes natural. I ain't got no problem going into you either. Back then, you had to be, whether you was natural on roids, it didn't make me no damn difference. I'm like Mike said, there ain't nobody ever asked me. Nobody ever asked me. It was like it was just a normal thing. You know, we didn't care. Because it don't make the dog, whether you're on roids or not. When we get in that box, it ain't got nothing to do with roids and who's on roids or nothing like that. It got who's got the best dog. That's what it's going to boil down to. A lot of times, the key plays a big difference, whether y'all want to believe it or not. Good dog man wins a lot of his matches because of his key. Think I'm lying? Okay, then ask a couple of them. Keep is the most major factor in producing a winner. Keep can make you a loser. It can be a great dog for me, but be a sorry ass dog for somebody else because he ain't condition him like I can do. I've seen that happen to great dogs. Guys go out there and win 3 with the dog, sell the dog to somebody else, dog come right back out and lose. Why? Because he's in a different hand, a different program. Everybody can't win with a dog. Yeah, how good the dog is. Try to go into the fast lane. You ain't good as the guy you're going into. You're already at a disadvantage, and you don't need no steroids to put you in that kind of position. You got to deal with a damn kennel that's on point about everything they bringing in. Type of dogs, the type of keep, the type of handling, the type of sportsmanship. You already got your ass against a damn vice, already locked in on one. Because he's going to be, that's the steroid, when you got all that in one camp, and you got to be on the other side looking at that tonight. That's the disadvantage. Advantages was always when you put the 2 good kennels together and the questions are being answered. Everybody on roids. Let's see how this is going to come out. Ram went in the Doogie. Both dogs was on roids. They fought all night. And we say Mike didn't have Doogie in the best of shape. And that's why Ram seemed like he was on, you know, that he couldn't, Flash could not get tired. It seemed like he was a little bit too much for Doogie because he was just a better dog. Had nothing to do with the steroids because they were both on roids. They both gave up a good match, but hey, Flash had a little bit more than Doogie. That was the difference. They was both high level. They was both in great condition. They was both on roids. It just boiled down to time in the matter of time. You say it's just a matter of time. Flash gonna get him because Doogie keep trying to fight back. He's always trying to come back. He losing the lead. He find himself coming up even. They ain't coming up even and then taking over like some shit Pretty Mama used to do. She come in and the whole match, the whole time she's going to be even with you. They ain't gonna let nobody take her down and make her come from the bottom to work up. She's just in there playing around. Guess it's just something that was in her that she felt like, you know, hey, I feel you're getting a little weak and tired, and then she'll start cranking up. That was her biggest thing. Catch you when you falling backwards. Never letting you come back. Why she looks so good finishing you? Because she never give you a chance to come back. Rat did hers in a different way. Rat came right off the bat, but Rogers and them come right off the bat. Shitting them right off the bat. They come in there and blowing up shit. because they had the conditioning in the conditioning. We know what kind of dog this was before the conditioning. We know what kind of style this dog had before the conditioning. We know what kind of mouth this dog had before the conditioning. We know how game this dog was before the conditioning, because that's the only time before the conditioning that we don't discuss what this dog is like on roids. Makes sense, right? So it has nothing to do with the dog. You're going to have a good dog or a great dog or just a dog. You're going to find out when it comes your turn, you got to face somebody across from you and you really don't know whether he's on roids or not. And does it really matter? And so, yo, twin, I never used him as a Marine. I was a perfect 300 PFT, and some Marines did, and they fell out of everything. So I never left. I never felt it was needed. With compliment, you can win without it. Hey, guys, again, the point of the matter is, it has nothing to do with you winning. You're going to win if you use them. You can win if you don't. It becomes an advantage. It does become an advantage to those of us that, you know, like I said, you have not probably ran into the right guys. As Marines, I didn't use roids either. And the way they conditioned us, they beat our bodies up and constantly broke it down and kept on fixing it back up. And then each time they fixed it back up, we kept getting a little stronger and stronger and stronger, because our routine gave us no other choice but to get bigger. If you got guys out there that's taking roids and they fall into the wayside, come on, what do you think? What do you think? Don't you think there's something wrong? Don't you think as a Marine that they're doing something wrong if they cannot keep up with you and yet they got enhanced drugs in them? Don't you see that they're doing something wrong? That's what I see. Because when I'm doing it, I don't see nothing wrong. And guess what? Ain't nobody whooping me. That's all I'm saying. I didn't care whether you had them or not. And I'm going to stick to them guns. I'm going to stay solid to them guns. And I love the game with them guns. You know, you don't brag about you not using roids and you ain't never met me. You ain't never met, you ever been in the strictly business? Have you ever been in the hardcore? Did you ever whoop any one of them great kennels out there? If you ain't never done it with your no roid ass dogs, then don't tell me what you did without roids. Because that's the only time it mattered inside the box. The only time it ever mattered. Why do you guys, if you can't sit up there and tell me one big kennel that you whooped on roids, and you didn't have roids, then come on, because guess what? I guarantee you, how many people in this room and how many viewers we got? I can guarantee you the numbers are not going to be high. They're going to be very, very low. Especially for those who tell the truth. Because like I said, if you're losing kennel, it's irrelevant to talk about you. So let's talk about the kennels that we do know who was out there. Did you whoop on any of them? Then how did you know? Because they got a lot of great dogs to their record. They got a lot of great dogs in their camp. That means they had to whoop a lot of people to get that kind of recognition. It's all about winning any damn way. So if you can't inject your name in those type of conversations, then guess what? You're just a lucky person that you didn't have to run into those type of guys. That's all. The hell. I'm just going to keep it real with you. You know, tell me who you whooped when you didn't use them. Sure not gonna whoop them big boys like that, not on no common basis. A lot of them will tell you that. There's a lot of big kennels out there that used it for that reason. They wanted to make sure they had just as much of the advantage as everybody else. And if they didn't know how to use them then, they did sure as hell figured it out real quick. Because like I said, I would have to honestly say 90% of the dog game was on roids. 90%. Yeah, I'm going to say another 5% were liars and saying that they weren't. Just in case they did lose with them garbage ass dogs they was putting on roids, hoping they could win with them dealing with gumpies. Yeah, a lot of them could get them wins off with lesser dogs. Just because there was a good kennel and know how to condition dogs, you know, you got to take a good kennel to whoop a good kennel, and you got to have a good dog. A lot of the old new guys came in there with some good dogs. A lot of new guys got a chance to whoop some dogs, but you hardly ever hear them whooping them great ones. We pull up a lot of great dogs on PEDs online all the time. Where's all these upsets at? I'm just asking. We don't talk about nothing but relevant dogs. That's all I'm saying. All right? The numbers are so low that even in this chat room, you better keep it down. Because the pressure's on you to speak up. Because I know what it is out there. I am a part of that. I know what it was like out there. And no, it wasn't, everybody wasn't all, I ran natural. Yeah, but who was you whooping naturally? Just give me one. Give me one of these great dogs that we done pulled up a pedigree that you won with. Natural. I'll give y'all a second. Bill, you don't want to admit it, but he was on roids. No way you gonna tell me he wasn't. Shout out to my man Don with the super chat. Appreciate the love, Don. He said, any good comp you had didn't use the juice. I didn't never know. See, that's the thing, I never knew. Because we never discussed it. I know I won. So, I don't know. I don't know whether it was juiced up or not. I was. That's all I can tell y'all. No, and it really gets bad, like Eminem and them say. You know when it gets bad when you have to start throwing weights instead of throwing names. You know what I'm saying? You know when it gets like that, everybody's paying attention. They don't want to hear going hard kennels right now. They want to hear weights. You know, when you got to start telling weights and not telling who you are, just to get on. Yeah, I think there's a lot of guys that just knew. You know, sometimes, you know, you can pick out a dog and say, I got the perfect dog to beat him. You know what I'm saying? I got the perfect dog to beat him, and hook it up. And come after him. Then you got some of them ones out there, like I said, you know, they had 8 people who thought they can beat Queen of Heart, knowing that she was probably on roids. I mean, what real dog man used going in the Queen of Heart at number 7, going for number 8, knowing these guys and this bitch is on roids and still think they can whoop her, and you really thought they were going to go in there and go up against Queen without roids? Then that's why she's an 8-time winner. And nobody never did whoop her. Pandy went in there 4 times. All the people in the world, whether they're on roids or no roids, everybody had a crack at her. Why do you think that not even her weight, that weight had to be spoke on? Who is she? Well, who is she? Oh, we got a 32, 31 pounder. Who is she? Oh, you need to know it. It's just the way. No, we need to know. Because it was Pandy, that's a no-no. I'm pretty sure that's what they were saying. But she never did get number 5. Whether she was trying to tell you Pandy open to the world, that didn't change. Now, ain't nobody brave enough to jump on that. Okay, so let's go with underground. Just throw a weight out there. Who is it? Yeah, we know that weight. What weight? Who is it? Who is it? Yeah, I got that weight, but who is it? That's how they asking that question. Look, Tornado won 10 matches and she was on Roy. Come on, y'all. How many of them dogs did she whoop that wasn't on roids? We know at least 10 of them thought they could whoop her. All right? Roids or no roids, we know 10 of them thought they could whoop her. So where the roids make a difference? It don't. Not in this game. You got to believe in the dog. And you better believe in the camp too. You better believe in the camp too. A lot of those great dogs was on roids. Don't let them tell you nothing different. A lot of them. You know, ain't nowhere in the world you ain't gonna tell me Bruford Adams, big as his ass was, all that cock stuff going on. And Big D Downs, a right-hand man in them, you know, they was scientific. He was a weightlifter. You know, yeah, so quick to talk about the bad part of roids. You know what I mean? Well, roids, but I'm telling you, 90% of the dog game was on roids. Let's not get away from that number there because it can't nobody, hey, I guarantee you, you can't dispute it. You can't dispute it. If you didn't know how to use roids, you bought a dog. But you show me one great dog that you know for a fact that was not on roids. And then I would show you a kennel that was not on roids that could still win and what kind of dogs they had. But you got to show me first. Too many old-fashioned dog man out here that knew the roid game and knew that it was an enhancement drug and knew it was definitely a factor. All they got to do is use it on the right dog. Some of them, it was matching dogs so damn much, they didn't care if the dog was decent, they was using it. Knowing they can go into anybody, or we ain't going to no big kennel. Do you know them? No, I don't know them. They ain't fast lane, or there's some dudes with a dog. Yeah, we're going to take this one. And it probably ain't their best dog, but they're going to put some roids on them and go out there and try to whoop you with them because they're going to figure you too green and you don't know enough and they can just probably beat you with a decent dog. And a lot of those matches, guess what, guys? You want me to bring in the journal and show you? Do we have a couple days of just going through the journal and let's predicting who was on roids and who wasn't? Because a lot of these matches, you can almost read them, and if they're giving you a little insight of what's going on in the match, you can damn near tell who's on them and who ain't. You can damn near tell a dog's style based on how fast he gets in there and do his job. You got a dog that can go in there and whoop up the average dog. Guarantee I can go in there and look at certain dogs and say, well, look how he went against this dog. Or he went with this dog here. He had his ass out there in 38 minutes. Or he had his dog ass out there in 21 minutes. He had his dog out of here in 30. Now, the next time you can run into it, as he's getting up there in the ladder, he run 4 and 5 and shit. Now he's going an hour and 20, an hour and 30, hour 45. Why? Because he's going into another level of dogs because that's what he's attracting. Guys that want to go into him, they ain't no greenies. They probably got 2 and 3 time winners, probably got a 4-time winner. He's gonna have to go in there and do his job. And usually there's 2 dogs that's on roids and you're gonna get a good match and this is what's gonna happen. Somebody's gonna win and somebody's gonna lose. If the roid don't get some roids, cancels all the roids out. Now you just, it's gonna boil down to who got the better dog. That's all that matters. But being on roids and not on roids, it really is not a difference. It doesn't make no factor to me at all. You know, when I'm dealing with somebody, you know twin gonna be on roids, so you know that when you go into me, you know your whole damn keep twin coming in on roids. So come on. And what guys didn't know that, If you got work Kennels going in the yellow buck with his Buster dog, and he got to go to Puerto Rico, and he know he's got champions, and he's a high level dog man himself back then, and yeah, he's gonna go in the yellow buck, knowing that these boys both are on roids. They both them whoop champions. Now they both getting ready to do a collide going for the grand championship. Both dogs was on roids. Don't you think anything different? You're not gonna tell me too many dogs that weren't. Too many that weren't. Joy was on roids. Red Cooter was on roids. 600 was on roids. Champion Sugar was on roids. Champion May was on roids. I mean, just keep on naming them. I don't even have to be in the Mayday dog because, you know, all them guys played with roids. Roids was just part of the game. If you could get them, you can use them. And if you was in the fast lane, you wanted to use them. You learned how to use them. You guys that sit back and say, I didn't use roids, you probably didn't go into nobody like us either, ever in your career. And if you did, name one. Tell me if you won. No, that's the way I like putting those kind of things to the test because we're talking on a different level. I'm on a level that was fast lane. Besides my kennels, had a lot of dogs. And they stayed busy a lot, and they really didn't get a chance to breed a lot of dogs because a lot of the dogs was on roids, the dogs that they matched. Same thing with the super kennels and the colored brothers and all them boys. Them boys use roids. You know, it's not, I mean, we did have our effects. That's why a lot of those dogs that you see did not have a lot of puppies. And some did, and then some didn't. But it was a time period that, you know, they had to build their dog back up after their careers were over. Because in between those times and shit, they was probably having splurt puppies, 2 or 3 in a litter, maybe 4. That was definitely happening to me. That was the downside of it, you know, the breeding part of it. I had problems with Pretty Mama. I had problems with Brat. I had problems with Buck Rogers. You know what I'm saying? Didn't have no problems. Everybody else did, because I got a wasn't match dog. Okay. What's the number, man? Super Kennel Abbott. Yeah, I remember Abbott.
It's a Fort Lauderdale D.
Fort Lauderdale D. I remember Abbott.
Going to his. He said this dog was not going to his.
Who? Abbott wasn't?
Yeah, that's what he's trying to say.
No, Abbott, man, look.
Go, yeah.
Hold on, man. That's Grand Champion Abbott right there, right? Look at his offspring.
Fort Lauderdale D, this is you now. We're going to address this because we know Abbott.
Yeah, I know
he was not on steroids.
Yeah, he was. Yes, he was. Shit. Fat boy tell you that. Super Kennels, all their dogs was on roids. 357, all them dogs was on roids. Omega Red, hey, I know him too. Omega Red, all that. Champion Omega Red was on roids. Abbott was on roids. 357 was on roids. All them dogs was on roids. All of them. That's not a lot of dogs to be able to grand champion here right there.
That's in their hand.
And especially in Super Kennels' hand. Look how many puppies you got there. And look, ain't too many bitches in that little pedigree either. So that's just a little underlining to what I was saying. I don't know who told you that Super Kennels wasn't using roids. All them winners that you see coming off of Super Kennels were very, very well knowledgeable. And everybody around them, from the Colored Brothers to Fat Boy, all them boys, they was a little running clique there. Them boys was roid runners, and they was match dog men. And yes, they did use roids.
Shout out to my man Prentice Carr with the super chat. He said, how often did that happen in your career, twin, when you knew you had the perfect dog to stop another dog?
How often? I never knew. That's the thing, I never knew. I didn't know what kind of dog I had. That's all that was. I don't care about what, I didn't care about nothing else. I knew what kind of dog I bought. And it goes like with a lot of these dogs out here. Super Kennels in particular, I can say size them up. Stone City, Hardcore. I mean, all them Mayday dogs was out there and all them different hands. These are dogs that we're talking about that made Mayday famous. They wasn't in Mayday's yard. They wasn't on the yard with Mayday. They was in Dogman's hands. Because they didn't have these dogs. It was everybody else had them. Different people. So you have to look at it for what it is. I don't think, none of us know we're going to win. It just, I take the 8 weeks that it takes me to get one ready. And my mindset ain't on thinking I'm going to win. My mindset is on bringing in the perfect machine. I bring the perfect machine. It's going to take a hell of a dog to beat him or her. And that's all I rode on. I looked at the dog before he ever had any roids on him. The decision to put this dog down was going to definitely be based on everything except for roids. Roids didn't even become a factor until I got inside that keep. Once I got inside that keep, the roids was used for basically bringing my dog to the top of his peak conditioning, taking it to the extreme, to knowing what I could get out of this dog, that if I see this in the match, I just don't believe nobody's going to be able to keep up with this. Based on what I'm doing, they're not going to be able to keep up with this. And I've done it enough that they could not keep up with that. I've done it enough that I knew that they couldn't keep up with that. You just don't run around telling everybody, twin whooping everybody with the pace because the way he does his keep. Nobody didn't run around there saying that. Or they would tell you they coming in there with a motherfucker. That's all they'll say. Going to twin now, you better have a dog. That's all they're going to tell you. You better have a bulldog. Talk all that damn fairy tale shit to my dog, I can go to anybody. Okay, but you can't go and sister niggas right there, boy. You better have a bulldog because you got to understand. You got to know what they're coming with. You don't know, you didn't know us. You didn't know how we was coming. Enough guys knew us that they knew how we was coming. We bring killers. We don't bring nothing else but killers. You ain't got a killer, then you can expect to get ran through. Bottom line, I got enough wins to say that. I'm done now, so I can say that clearly and say, what y'all gonna do about that? You're gonna get mad because I said that, really, for real? When it was the truth? It was the truth. A lot of other kennels, don't keep putting it on just me. Just keep putting it on just me. You better talk to Eminem and Black Ice and all them. Don't let them lie to you. Don't let them lie to you now. Oh yeah, they dogs were good dogs, but they dogs were good dogs in condition, great dogs. Why? Because they still was winning. They still made champions. They still made grand champion. How can you sit there and say anything bad about a dog because he was on roids? And he kicked 3 or 4 asses, or 5 or 6. I'm pretty sure through all those wins, didn't nobody one time go up there and say, are you on roids? Is your keep natural? wasn't even part of the game to even ask such a silly question. I mean, it's really a silly question. Why? What difference does it make? Ain't you here to go into me today? So it shouldn't even matter, right? Okay, because it don't matter if you want roids to me. Let's go ahead and do this, bro. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's do this. Ain't nobody gonna come up there and ask no question like that, man. I mean, only guys, and then I laugh at the guys that be sitting back trying to put roids down. I can guarantee ain't none of y'all even had a dog out there that you put out there with no roids and caught yourself going into the fast lane. I'd like to see some of these stories pop up. I like to see some of these dogmen pop up, the relevant ones. Now, I don't want to see about you ghost ones that pop up out of nowhere in 23, talking about what you used to do, and we don't even know who you are. Them right there, y'all keep quiet. I don't want to be putting y'all on blast. I want one of y'all big known big boys. You can come in there and say, well, this is who we was whooping with us, and we was going all natural. I can guarantee you I'm not going to see no big names in that motherfucker. You know, because you got too many dogs that we talk about that's relevant. But remember, we don't talk about losers. We don't talk about the quitters. We talk about the winners, the grand champions, the champions. Remember, them the ones that we talk about. So let's talk. That's what we're going to continue talking about. So if you ain't falling in that category, you know, especially when y'all sit there and say Super Kennels wasn't doing it, you know, and then you want to say Abbott. If I remember Abbott wasn't for Fat Boys. I think Fat Boy had Abbott first. Oh yeah, I didn't put him out there. Oh, here you go, Abbott right there. Super Kennels Abbott. Is a true grand champion, 5-time winner dog out of White's tag. His longest hunt was the first one, 2 hours and 18 minutes. Yeah, I remember Abbott. But let me go to his offspring. Look at his offspring. Don't tell me he wasn't on roids. So 357 was the grand champion, and he didn't just come out having a bunch of damn puppies, y'all. They took time. They took time. I can tell you, Omega Red, where Omega Red at? Here, let me pull up Omega Red. That's another champion. Don't forget him. We talk about Abbott, we can go about the Omega Red. We ain't even talking about 357 now. We talking about Omega Red and Abbott. Champions that y'all don't talk about much. Look how many times he was bred. Same female. Some of these dogs is doubled up. A grand champion. That's all he didn't have? That's all he had? Okay. He wasn't on roids. Okay. Remember, I just told you in the beginning, I said Super Kennels and all of them was on roids. Now you gonna throw up this dog and tell me he wasn't? Yes, he was. Yes, he was. The whole camp was. They matched their dogs. They was using roids. Super Kennels use roids. And let me go pull up Omega Red since you brought it up.
Don't start throwing people under the bus, cuz.
I didn't throw nobody under the bus.
You said you wasn't.
I didn't throw him under the bus. I just said he brought up Abbott and said Abbott wasn't on roids.
Right. Well,
I just told him Super Kennels use roids before he even brought that comment up. Before he even brought the comment up, Super Kennels was one of the kennels I said use roids. Now you told me Abbott like I don't know who Abbott is. Now I'm gonna bring you Omega Red and show you Omega Red's pedigree. Why we don't hear nothing about Omega Red? You know, why we ain't talking about Omega Red? Omega Red was from Super Kennels too. You know, yes, I know all them dogs. Yes, they were. .357, he was a good one, man. But he didn't jump out there and just start breeding up a bunch of shit, man, because he didn't. Okay, there's another grand champion. Hold on. There go another Super Kennels grand champion right there. Grand champion Omega Red. A 6-time winner that was truly amazing individual. Dies by many at the time. That's Omega Red. Grand champion Omega Red. Right? Let's check out his offspring. Huh. Huh. We can go look for, let's go find some siblings. Maybe they got another Omega Red out here. They go Omega Red. Let's go see. We got an offspring over here? Huh. We got one. Oh, buckshot. Look at the litter though. Omega Red, Super Kennels. These are 2 grand champions. Remember, I told y'all they use roids. Now these are 2 grand champions, good bred dogs that you don't see much out of them. I'm just bringing proof to it. Don't remember I said if you bring it to the table though, I said I was gonna speak on it. You know, he said that Omega Red wasn't on roids after I told him Super Kennels use roids. That's all. I ain't throwing nobody under the bus. Don't go sliding the bus at me though. You know, that came to me. So yes, Abbott was on roids, like 357 was on roids, like Omega Red and a couple other champions the Super Kennels had. These were hunters. Great hunters. Remember, we ain't gonna talk about nothing that's irrelevant. We're gonna only talk about the relevant dogs, right? Okay. These are relevant dogs. Super Kennel was one of them relevant kennels. Color Brothers, same thing. Same thing. Tom Ratlip, same thing. Same thing. They all used them. Lockjaw, all of them. All of them. Pro Set, all of them. How many more? Huh? Hell on Earth, yes. Meal Busters, yes. You know, everybody's got a little story to tell. When you green and you don't know no better, they might not tell you. But when you're sitting around a room full of DOGMEN and stuff like that, man, what you stock yours with? Oh, I stock mine with Winstrow and Decker. Twin, what you stock yours with? Winstrow and Decker.
It was a general conversation.
It's a general conversation. What you doing, man? How I do it, man? I'm tell you, man. I don't do it like that, man. I do it this way and this way and this way and this way. Super Nat. You know, they're like the Equipoise. Equipoise and the Winstrow. And then some of them, I mean, you know, us young ones, you know, I'm one of them new ones that you bought the Decker thing in. You know, I changed up and didn't use the test. I didn't use the Equipoise and none of that. I went straight with the deck in the Winstrow. That's it. That's it. I didn't do nothing other stuff. No, I stuck with the Decker and the Winstrow, and got good results. I did do the triple up once, and that was with Mama and Brat. But because of that, look what, you know, the reason I felt that I wanted to get rid of the double, all that stacking, it was because these dogs were like males. They weren't coming in heat or nothing. But you know, Brat was off a whole year after winning her championship before she even came in heat. I mean, she didn't come in heat the whole time. Mama came in heat one time through her whole career. She came in heat one time. Then after that, about her and Brad came in heat about a year later around the same time. That's when I got the chance to breed back to Mayday, and I had a chance to breed Pretty Mama the Beetlejuice. You remember that? Because after we bred the Beetlejuice, we could never get no more puppies out of her because she never came back in heat. Like, she had all these male hormones, and when she did come in heat, you know, we tried to breed her to Bozak. You know, it was like she was trying to be a male instead of a female. So we never got one litter out of her. I think I got 2 litters out of brat. I got a litter out of brat and May 2, and I got a litter out of brat and Mayday. Dogs hardly ever came in heat. Buck Rogers had 1 litter. Yeah, I bred him to Sarah Kell. Then I bred him to the shit. And would have bred him to brat if I could have got brat to come in heat during the time. But when she was coming in heat and I was breeding the Mayday, you know, I was still trying to get brat to, you know, to even have some puppies, even come in the heat. After those puppies off of Mayday, shoot, we was lucky to get the May 2, the May 2 breeding with brat off. You know, only 2 litters she ever had. So, you know, Roy's is not good when you decide when that career is over. It is just facts. Yeah, they bred 357, but I can guarantee you, I can tell y'all about 357. 357 probably up in the university and all kind of stuff. Because in the beginning, when he first came off the circuit, he wasn't having a lot of damn puppies. They had to straighten him out. That's a fact. Look at Abbott and look at Omega Red. Those are all from Super Kennels. You can't put one under the microscope and then look at the other 2 and give them a pass and say, oh, they didn't use roids on them 2. When they used roids on every one of their dogs, they weren't breeders. They have more than this right here. We already know about 357. We just gave y'all Abbott and Omega Red, both grand champions. We didn't even talk about the females or all the other countless of champions and grand champions the Super Kennels had. Same thing with the Colored Brothers. These was guys who worked in like, they was like damn near running out of the same camp sometimes. You just always see everybody pop up at the same time. But these were great kennels, guys. These were hunters. They didn't care. Yeah, see that takes us back to really tonight's show. The great kennels that we don't talk about. Like here's a good example: the Omega Red and the Omega Red and Grand Champion Abbott. Not the prettiest breed, but you can tell he had the winning project on the top half. And I know. Let me see who had Batman. Didn't Fat Boy have Batman? Champion Batman. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna check one out. Remember there was a champion my boy had. He sold the dog. I don't know what the Super Kennels ended up with him, but I know Abbott was one of them. The Super Kennels ended up with. Omega Red was one of them. The Super Kennels ended up with. And I think Fat Boy had both of those dogs prior to, if I'm correct. Yeah, I know a lot of these dogs. And they was all on roids. You know, I don't see Batman here. Batman was a good one, though. He was another dog that turned out to be a real good winner. But yeah, man, man, it's not too many of them there wasn't. Let me see. I want to go size them up. Let me go see size. It's a size them up right here. Now, this is just one of few. one of few. This is Size 'em Up Kennels. This is another kennel that had a lot of good dogs, y'all. We don't, you know, we talk about great kennels and stuff, but this is Size 'em Up. This is one of them. Look at the breeding though. You explain to me, you tell me why you think that bitch wasn't on roids. You see that champion strictly business Chino, one-time game loser. That's right. The roids don't save you now. They don't save you. Chino was a badass. Yes, he was. Chino ran into a fast lane daughter just as fast as him too. Y'all see that pedigree? Yeah, that's just one of them. Let me try to find another one for y'all. Okay, you got Awesome Beast. They got a couple champions out there. Let me show you her. Let me show you how her pedigree was. Okay, let's go Offspring. You can tell when you're looking at a working kennel pedigree. You know when you're dealing with a pedigree that's comes from Atlanta hunters. You can look at a hunter's pedigree and tell what they doing. You sure can. One thing you see them winners. Size them up, G Unit. Look how he bred. Yeah, look how he bred. Y'all see that, right? Size them up. But you see how these dogs are bred? Again, we can go right in here and go with the formula. Remember, these is relevant dogs. I always told y'all, we talking about good dogs. We talking about good dogs and we talking about dogs on roids. Now, you gonna tell me these dogs wasn't on roids too? These match dogs. These guys match dogs. You see that, right? Good breeding though. You see the breeding? Yeah, see, this is when we talking about these are hunters. These ain't no breeders. These is hunters. Another good one. Awesome Beast. Gator Boys Grand Champion Cabina Latin Connection did her first one. Sire Champion Tramp. Again, we're back on that formula again, right? Right? He on right. He's on right. These is hunters. Got 2 pages of different females. So you see, he had him up for stud. Tell me that bitch don't look like she been on roids. Don't tell me, she look like a little 9 milli, don't she? That's Grand Champion Luca. I can keep pulling up these pedigrees and you'll see what greatness looks like. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know, tell me this dog wasn't on roids. I mean, y'all can come up with all these stories and stuff, but I'm telling you, man, I said 90% of the game it was on roids. I put like this: 90% of the fast lane dogmen were on roids. You think these dogs was winning without it? They probably could. But we knew one damn thing: we could bring in a badass dog, we could make her even better bringing them on roids. That was just obvious. It was just an obvious thing. If you didn't know how to use roids, you would want to learn how to use roids. That's for sure. No, wasn't too many people telling you how to do it either. This was a good dog, but he was almost like Nico. You know, he didn't have great ability, but he was a decent dog. He got chewed up, but he was a good dog, but the ability plays a lot. He was all right, but he didn't have that ability like Miss Luca. He was almost like Nico Jr. Game as hell. Lost 1 D game, went to a one-time BJ. A Jeep Alligator male, which went on to quit later on. Well, it's the ability to put you in the trouble that he was put in. You know, he just didn't have the ability. I said the same thing about Nico Jr. He was a great dog too, but I was like, man, for Nico Jr., he was lucky he didn't end up like Crazy Leg. Nico Jr. was a good dog. But a killer would have went in there and killed him. Just like he went in there and got beat by a dog that had more ability, game as hell, wasn't gonna quit. Yeah, Nico Jr. was like that. We had dogs off in Nico Jr. Nico Jr. and Sassy. She had a son off in Nico Jr. who, the same boy, Citrus Kennel had him. Same Kennel had him. Ended up with 1 leg, 3 legs. He had 3 legs, ended up losing 1 of the legs. No, he was a good dog. He just didn't have the ability. He probably was, I didn't keep him. I sold him to them. And you see he was convinced because you see what he got on his yard. This guy used to bring his dogs down and let Mr. Nico and the shit destroy his damn near half of his yard. Some pretty good dogs on his yard. You used to come down to my yard all the time. Take a look at his shit. Could never find a recipe to ever go home happy though. But he was glad to come though. He got a chance to see what he wanted to see. He had to go far to see it. More good kennels, man. I mean, there's just so many of them out there. Tech 9. I'm just gonna go through some of these pedigrees, y'all. These dogs was on steroids. Now, I'm putting them up here showing y'all who these dogs is. They ain't but relevant dogs now. You know, we said hardcore. You remember Boss Man, Mike? Boss Man was the one that we had. Remember we did him that night down there? Late at night. That's right, this dog right here. Good dog. You know he had to be a decent dog to turn around and breed the 9 milli. And we seen this dog, we know who he is. We know him. The guy bred. That's Tech 9. Formulas. These guys is matching dogs. You see how they're doing it? Again, we're going through these pedigrees, as always, talking about formulas. Now we're talking about, yes, this dog was on steroids too. No, I'm just saying. Look how many times he was bred. He got pages. Pages. Y'all see it? These dudes is matching dogs, man. These pedigrees, another champion. A female. Formulas. I always say, if you go ahead and look through them things, you're going to find them in there. I always say, you're going to find them top 5. Yellow, Heat, Honey Bunch, Buck. They're right there. Let's see, here's the Jeep right here. You're going to find it right here. That's champion Miss Nico. I mean, you're gonna find that stuff in my dog. This is my dog's litter mate right there. Siblings. Going hard low buck. There go Jamie, and there goes Sarah Carroll, all litter mates. Every one of these damn little females produce something. Every one of these dogs. I mean, I know Baby, she produced. I know she produced. You see these produced. Sarah Carroll produced. Buck Roger, a little Buck produced. That whole litter. They produce winners out these dogs. In mind, we're talking about the formula. Remember, that's little Buck Rogers and them, Baby and them daddies. That's they Baby and Buck Rogers and them daddy. That's how he was bred right here. This is his little mate sister. So you see, they definitely producing dogs. And can we say I told y'all hardcore was on the road. You know, definitely told y'all that. And it was pretty good with them. But you notice when y'all be talking about percentages, that's a whole lot of dogs, ain't it? What we got, 113? No, you know, that's like playing with the lottery, don't y'all think? Ain't nothing guaranteed. They go little Mike. One up the chain in 25 minutes. Second one, 43 minutes. Third one, an hour and 27 minutes. Hour and 44 minutes. And an hour and 15 minutes. The work in. We ain't picking up nothing that ain't relevant. See the breeding? Y'all be talking about, I'm a Mayday man. I ain't no Mayday man. I'm a man that want to win. These just so happen to be the line of dogs that was winning. Cannot deny it. I just showed y'all enough of this. Okay, so I'm gonna step away from all this right quick. I got me one of the boys sent me a number. But this showing y'all now, if you notice, all this got a formula though. That ain't showing you something, it should be. A lot of information. We ain't got to be on the Royals now. We talking about known kennels and dogs that we don't talk about. Picking them up. Oh, Champion Nitro, one-time loser. You know, them Arkansas boys, they have some good dogs too. Mayhem and them right there, they have some good dogs. That Screaming Demon stuff.
Shout out to my man Ben Brockton with the 5-piece. In the super chat, he said, keep them hating twin. LOL. Shout out to my main man, long-time supporter, Mr. Dickie Foster. Thank you for the 5-piece in the super chat, sir. He said, GR.CH and the Shark Tank. Muscles.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty good right there. See that Wrangler stuff in there, that Kentucky shine? We all had one thing in common. We was all on the same track. Little red May. They're throwing some good dogs together. Look at them. See, they had a breeding program. And they didn't let it go too far, like I said.
That's for mayhem.
Yeah, that's from Mayhem, yeah. He produced that Screaming Demon stuff. This little female right here, little fatty girl right here, that's my kennel partner. My kennel partner bought that bitch down from up north. That's where she come from. Came from my boy. Little female right here. Same little old breeding right there. Produce him. He wasn't on roids. That I can say about Skins. He wasn't on roids. He was just on some good conditioning. Now, they didn't have to take no chance with him. And they was learning the game, and no need to mess up trying to do something CS doing. Just do what you do. Yeah, now he was not a dog that was on roids, and he was a badass too. He was a real bulldog. Everybody thought they could beat him, but you know what? He made it win and look easy. It wasn't a dog that he was put on. They thought that they could beat him, but it was only a thought. Yeah, we got a couple. You'll see there go old Maytu down in there right there.
Appreciate that, Mayhem.
Mayhem. Yeah, baby boy. They definitely had a nice little formula here. They kept it clear and kept it real. But this is just a good line of dogs, see? Yeah, we don't go back far enough to point out major factors in these dogs. Like when you get back in here and you see these dogs all back in this area here, there's nothing but bulldogs all down through this shit right here. And nothing but bulldogs. You know, a lot of that stuff that we was trying out, they was trying out too. So there's some pretty good crosses there. You see that in Going Hard Yard. You see that. You'll find that in old George. I saw George in one of these, didn't I, Mike? And then we have George up here off of Satan. Mm-hmm. See all that shit, y'all? They messing around back there. You see what they doing? Mm-hmm. Everybody was doing it. Yeah, I'm diving into that shit and just showing you some more shit. Yeah, you see that? BLB's BJ, BLB's Charlie, BLB's Shy Girl. They go Loctite right there. Then you got Scarlet. Yeah. This dog was right there in Akron, Ohio with us.
I'll take a good look now. These unheard of kennels with these great dogs.
Yeah, unheard of kennels with great dogs. We don't never talk about BLB, Grand Champion Satan in them. All these dogs came off of him. Look at them.
That's all out there with you, man.
This the dog was going into Tyrone when Tyrone died. It would have been a good one. I think Charlie wouldn't be able to hold him out. The thing is that Charlie had the ability to Tyrone. That was one good thing. Now they got the right one. They definitely got the best one for Tyrone as far as ability wise. That would have been a good one because both of these dogs would have been it would have been a class of some Titans because they both had the same kind of style. They was both rough ass dogs. It's just who would have got to who first and did the most damage. But I really think that would have been a great match. Tyrone was a hell of a dog, and that one right there would have been of the ages. Charlie and Tyrone would have been a good one for the ages because that would have been a good one. Keep in mind, y'all, we was just over there at the LA Arkansas boys stuff. You know, you notice same yard, same concept. We was all on something. You don't hear much about all this stuff. But all this stuff right here, look who the sibling is. Grand Champion Satan. Who else y'all see down there? Going hard Timex. Yes, I had a little mate brother. Dog won in 5 different states. Eli dog. This goes back to that Luther stuff. I had her. I had her. Reva. Offspring. Yep, I ended up with her. I sent her up. Ended up taking her up there to New York. Yes, I had Reba. That I had George up here one, didn't I? Satan. I can go back up here to George here. This guy right here is who had Reba. That's who I took Reba up to. You see how they producing, right? Finding. I'm trying to find George here. No, yeah. Yeah, it sure did. You talking about Satan? Yeah. You talking about this breeding right here? Trying to find that Luther breeding. This one here. That's Abbott. These are the ones we were just showing. The Luther. Oh, what you trying to find, Mike? Oh, on Luther, just put it as strong as Luther. You pull it up just like that. Luther was bred to talk about the Satan stuff. I'll do that for you right quick. So it would be back in here somewhere. No, I had him. Pedigree. Oh, spring. Okay, now what we doing, money? Okay, I got Luther up here now. Right. You trying to find that breeding that was bred back to the Satan little female, right? I think it was this one. I think it was this. Yeah, it was. This was this. That's Luther right there being bred into Satan stuff. Yeah, they have sperm on that shit. And they have puppies. No, unknown kennels, guys. These are guys that was matching dogs. We don't hear about them all the time. One of my other questions, since I got Luther up here, this is for my Ohio people. This is for my Ohio people. I got a question for y'all. A lot of us from Ohio, and this goes for all my old doggers too. Now, we know Duke won his grand championship. Well, he was already a grand champion. A lot of us from up the way didn't make it to Duke's number 6. But a few of us sent our money, and as far as we knew, Duke was going into Robert T. Now, we know Robert T lost to this dog named Ninja. This is for all the people from my old timers back in the day. Robert T beat Migraine. We all know that. My question is, did Ozzie Stevens handle Robert T that night against Migraine? With Migraine. Ozzie was supposed to have handled him. Okay, that was against Migraine. Now, that same Robert T is the Robert T that was supposed to have went into Duke. Went 48 minutes and Robert T quit. My question is, was that Robert T, Kenny Allen's Robert T, that Duke went into it that night? Because the Robert T that we seeing now, you'll hear a lot of guys from Ohio say, no, Duke beat Robert T. I just need to know that the only living person that I know who was actually there is not living anymore. And that's the guy that a few of us sent our money with when that match took place. You know, there's a few of us that you know, I checked in with some of my old cats and they was like, no, Duke beat Robert T. Robert T must have lost twice, but he definitely lost to Duke. And there's not too much information on Duke or that match. But you know, if you're from Ohio, you come back around from Ohio during our time, especially my people up there in the Warren, Youngstown area, Legion of Doom, help me out here. Who was the dog? If it wasn't Robert T, who was that dog that Duke beat? And was it the 2 grand champions against 2 grand champions? And if so, who was the grand champion that Duke went into? And if it was it Robert T? Good question, because that came up. And we got a few other guys at home will tell you, hey, no, Duke beat Robert T. Okay, but we also find that Robert T lost in California to a dog named Tito Ninja or something. So we trying to get that part, we trying to get that right. Now, there's a lot of people in Ohio, a lot of old dog men in the Warren area. Y'all know Mr. Struthers, y'all know the Legion of Doom. Let them know Twin doing a shout out to them to find out, you know, because, you know, got a lot of old dog men from the crib say it was Robert T. We just trying to get that confirmed. Because Robert T must have lost twice then. That's all I'm saying. If it wasn't Robert T, who was it that Duke won? Beat. And they were both grand champions. It was grand champion against grand champion that night. If it wasn't Robert T, then what grand champion was it that Duke beat that night in 48 minutes? Pretty sure we're going to hear, you know, if it shows up in the comments, you can send it to my email. It can show up in the comments. If anybody picks it up the night before the night is out, you know, go ahead and drop that line on me and stuff so we can get a better understanding. Like I said, my true witness is gone. Johnny Hat went, and Johnny Hat took a few of us, a couple guys' money up there to do the deed with that. And Johnny Hat is no longer with us to confirm that, because he would have been glad. I've been glad to bring him on to tell us the story on how things went down at that time. My boy Hal Cash, he sent his money with Johnny Hat too, and it was almost like a play-by-play with B-Crest, because B-Crest, he was down there right there, but even though he was on a line, you know what I'm saying? He was on a line that it wasn't even long after that, when the match was over, that he got the information that Duke had won. And Duke had stopped him in short order. But that's a good one. You know, a question for me, I'm trying to inquire on that. If it wasn't him, then who was it? It'd be a good one to, I wanted to know. You know what I mean? Yeah, but Robert T. Jr. is not the one that beat Migraine. Yeah, Robert T. beat Migraine. I know there was a Robert T. Jr. Yeah, we knew about Robert T. Jr. Robert T. Jr. wasn't around when Robert T. beat Migraine. This was during the era when both dogs was out there doing their thing. Robert T. that beat Migraine is the same Robert T. that we thought that Duke went into. You know, almost 20, 30 years later, and we're trying to find out, well, wait a minute, did he lose twice? We need to go back in there in time and find out, what is the story, because there's not much information out there on Duke. We don't even know how Duke was bred. Some say he came from he was a junkyard dog, and some say he was down off of Luther and them. Not really much info about Duke, outside the fact that he was a hell of a good dog. And the Legion of Doom don't bring nothing that they can't win with it. If you beat them, it's a privilege, because they very seldom lost. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, Bobby, twins. So is the message tonight only the ones on Roy's became great or worth mentioning? Because if so, that might be the wrong message, bro. The message tonight is only the ones on Roy's became great. No. The message ain't got nothing to do with being on roids. My thing is 90% of the dog man who was out there was on roids. Ain't that what the poll is all about? Everybody I said anybody who was winning matches out there was on roids. Not everybody, but I said 90% was on roids. And that ain't gonna change. Ain't gonna change that number. You just showed me a kennel who wasn't, that was great. Bobby, I'm giving you a chance to even answer that one. And I just told him Skins was never on roids. He was a great dog, the hell of a dog. He wasn't on roids. Matter of fact, I never even said anything about y'all in roids, and y'all taught you guys a lot, but I never taught y'all how to use roids. I taught Tony Wade how to do a lot in his keep, but I never taught him how to use roids. I never taught none of y'all how to use roids. Y'all really thought y'all knew me. Y'all ain't know me like you think you need. A lot you didn't know about me. But I didn't teach y'all how to use roids. I never taught anybody how to use roids. Use roids on my own accord. Now, I definitely had conversations with all the people that I know for a fact. You see, when I say I know who was using them, it's because I know for a fact. I know for a fact. I mean, these are people I've been around. These are people I've sat down and talked to. These are people who has gave me insight and explained things to me while I was learning. You know, I can tell you who I knew and who was using them, who you could expect to see using them, based on the people that I was around and the matches that I saw and the people that was being involved. Angel used roids, and I know he used roids. That's why I knew Mayday and them was on roids.
T. Dizzy said Robert T. lost the Indian Sunny.
Yeah, that's what we know that. But see, in Ohio, we got Robert T. losing to Duke too. You was to ask the boys up in Ohio, we're gonna tell you that Robert T. lost to Duke.
Senior.
Yeah, Robert T. Senior. We're not talking about Robert T. Jr. We're talking about Robert T. that beat Migraine. And you understand, Migraine was from our hometown. Duke and them is from, all these dogs is from Ohio. Migraine lost to Robert T. And based on somebody who was there to say the Ozzy handled Robert T. And I'm like, I didn't see the Migraine, but it was in our zone. Everything was up in Indiana or somewhere like that. I know it was somewhere in the area, and they said Ozzy was there, and Ozzy handled Robert T. So I thought Kenny Allen handled. He said Kenny Allen asked one time.
Kenny Allen.
Yeah, but see, that wasn't a grand champion though. When Duke went down that night, there was two grand champions going. It was a night of two grand champions going into. That's why I don't think it was Robert T. Jr. But we'll find out. Yeah, no, Bob, no. See, the only ones on roids. See, it's not even the dogs. I mean, if you on roids, I mean, my point. Y'all want to talk about what my point is about the roids is. The only ones making a big thing about it is y'all people who don't use them. Y'all trying to make 90,000 excuses that y'all dogs is just as good when y'all dogs is not. Now, if that's what y'all believe, then keep on believing. Ain't got nothing to do with me. We talking about shit that I've done. You know, when you added the many times that I used them and the dogs I used them on and the people I've seen using them, you know, what more can I tell you? Just so happen to be all they dogs is great. Find me, show me something that, that we can talk about who didn't use roids. I showed you all the ones that I know for a fact use roids. Now, if there's somebody out there, I told you even the one I knew that didn't use them, and I know he was a champion I knew for a fact, and with Skins. The only champion out of all of them that I can honestly say, I know he wasn't on roids. Everybody else from Wacko, all of them was on roids. I said, name me somebody who wasn't. A kennel, a winning kennel like this. Bobby, I'm taking your question and putting it in back to you. Like, you got somebody in mind that you want to bring up? The message was basically, is there a disadvantage in roids? Not in the dog game because it's not even an issue. Was there a disadvantage when those who use roids? Yes, you took a dog like I got and you put it on roids and you come in there against me without roids, you got a problem. Now, you want to see where's there miscalculation in that? If you run into me and I got a bulldog and you come in there without no roids, I'm going to eat your ass up. And I can say that because ain't nobody prove me wrong. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. And did roids make the difference while I was winning? How can you say that? Why can't you just give it to the dog? You think I was winning because I was on roids? or because I have some badass dogs? Which one is it? Which one y'all want to accept? Yeah, Royce didn't make my dogs, but I'll tell you one damn thing for damn sure. When I'm in shape, bro. I hope you want to get on. You know, Royce don't make the dog. My thing is, I seen this. If I'm on Royce and I got a dog that's bad,
Yeah. Okay.
okay, the big brother sent me a text. Yes, send my messages right there. With my phone. On my phone. Hold on, big bro. Ain't nothing. Here, I got you. I mean, I hate to pull you out here. You got you on the phone. I need to go ahead and plug you in, but hold on, I got it. It says Robert T. lost to Duke. Robert T. Jr. This is my big brother, Garcia. Schoolboy clearing it up. Robert T. lost to Duke. That's the 2 grand champions. Like I said, Robert T. Jr. lost to Champion Ninja. All right, out there in California. The Tito traveled to Kenny Allen on the same card to beat Kenny Allen with Champion Blondie and lost to Tornado. And it wasn't, they didn't, the dog was not in California. The show didn't take place in California. So he traveled to Kenny Allen to do the show. But the dog was from Cali though, right? In that area? Yeah, he was from that area. He just traveled to Kenny Allen to do it. So let me fix that. A 3-match show. Go ahead, Brookborough. Hold on, bro. I want everybody to hear this. We're gonna plug you in right quick, okay? I want them to hear you. Hold on, guys. Everybody, thumbs up to my brother, Schoolboy, bringing some clarification in there. You know, his word is the gospel to me. So we're going to listen to him. We're going to let him tell a story. Go ahead, big bro. You got the flow.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, it was a 3-match show. Right? And, but one of the matches, Tito had to go into Tornado. He really didn't have her weight, but he got a bitch to go into Tornado. So that 3-match show was I think it was a daughter of Blondie that went into Tornado. She lost in 17 minutes. Then Tito's champion Ninja went into Robert T. Jr. And Ninja beat Robert T. Jr. And then Blondie, champion Blondie, I forget the bitch she went into, was Ken's bitch, and she beat Ken with champion Blondie. There's a video of it somewhere, or at least part of it.
Yeah, when Blondie lost?
No,
Blondie won.
Yeah, she beat Ken. He beat Ken Allen with champion Ninja and champion Blondie, and then he lost to Tornado with, I think it was a daughter of Blondie.
Oh, okay.
It was all on the same card. And what happened during the show? They're sitting there and Tornado and Tito's bitch are going at it, right? And Ken Allen mentioned to him, he goes, I got Tornado hooked up 2 weeks from now. He goes, what? He goes, you got her hooked up 2 weeks from now? You ain't even done with this one. He goes, you ain't got nothing for Tornado, man. And in 17 minutes, he annihilated her. It's kind of funny.
Hey, Tito had a good one though. He won.
He did. Ninja was a good dog. A good dog. I refereed his loss. He lost to Vince's Petey in 2 hours and 20 minutes. And he was a 4-time winner, but he didn't have no teeth, man. He would shake Petey and shake himself out of hole because he couldn't hold on. At one point during the show, Petey flipped him over on his back, and his mouth opened up. I go, Tito, you lost all your teeth, man. You ain't got no teeth. He goes, no, Richard, he came in like that. He didn't have no teeth from the start.
So they brought him in just to win on heart, gameness, and ability, no hardware or nothing.
Nothing. He lost, but he lost game. And it went 2 hours and 20 minutes. And Petey had beaten one of Mr. K's champions. Vince wanted him to fight only champions. So he beat Mr. K's champion dog, I forget his name, and then he beat champion Ninja, and then he lost to Wesley's LA, a 5-time winner, in 2 hours and 16 minutes. But he wanted to do a trifecta against 3 champions because it hadn't really been done.
Right.
You know. Yeah. But then, you know, Robert T beat 2 or 3 champions. Joey beat 2 or 3 champions. You know. So it's just something that dog, you know, you try and break these records or make records or do something unique, you know.
Right.
And that was part of it there.
Now, since I got you on the line, bro, can you explain the roids? You know, am I saying anything wrong explaining this thing with the roids? Or can you help me out here? Am I doing something wrong in my explanation?
No, you're everything you're saying is right. And with me, I like to, when I talk about something, I like to hit it from all sides.
Right.
So you're right in saying that most everybody uses it. You know, people ask me all the time, "You think it's cheating?" No, I didn't care. I didn't use it. When I talk about Solu Delta Cortiv or Cortez 820 or Dex or any of that stuff, that was used after
Right.
the sale. But most people did use steroids. You're right. Is it illegal? No. There's no stipulation really. But you also said, you know, there's problems with it. Honestly,
yes.
A lot of people don't know how to use them right. That's the problem. If you do know how to use them right, they can help you. But there's side effects to it. You know, it's all a learning process. And like you said, probably 90% of the people use it. Now, is it an advantage? I don't know. You know, people seem to think it is, and people swear by it. And if you really know what you're doing, that's why they're called an enhancer. They help. You know, and most people will tell you they use it for, you know, recovery and you know, so they don't injure their, you know, help with injury, swelling, and all that stuff. And it depends on which kind you use. Some really ain't good for the dogs, you know. But everything has been used. Like Equipoise, nobody really used Equipoise, I don't think. Some people use DECA. Most people that I know use a Winstraw, and they may stack it with tests, you know. And most of them do stack the roids. But no, I didn't use them.
Well, see, I'm glad you brought your 2 cents in, because guess what? I said send me one good person, and thank you, Big Bro, for stepping up and stepping in, because you know what I'm talking about.
Yep, exactly.
And it's not
the question was put up, you know, and sometimes people, they get off you know, topic and stuff, but basically, you know, but what you said was right. Most people use them. You got to know how to use them. They can fuck your dog up if you don't, and they could be long-term after effects if you ain't careful. You know.
It's true.
And you know, a lot of the guys, like you said, the guys that just compete and really didn't read a lot of dogs, you know, they're definitely going to use it. They're going to do it.
I was one of them guys. That's all I was telling them. I was one of them guys.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm telling you that I got a badass dog that's a killer, and I put her on roids, then now I got a badass killer that's enhanced. Is that what I'm saying, right?
Yep.
Okay.
That's what you're saying. Yep.
And
now, can you get the same thing without them? I think you can.
Yeah, I think you can too.
There's a lot more involved in it, and most dog guys either don't have the time to do all that, or they just don't do it. You know, the back in the day, you know, like I do, even before your time, guys that were older than me. Most of
Right.
the time they didn't do anything with their dogs until they've grown. They just sat there doing nothing. So my counter to people that use Roy's was, I'm gonna feed them good and I'm gonna give them regular exercise and I'm gonna raise tough individuals. That's the only thing you can do. And that was my little advantage, because most guys didn't do that anyway.
Mm-hmm.
They wait till they grow up and they school them and they sitting on their chain and they don't feed them that good. So in my eyes, they were behind me as far as that went.
Right.
And then they used the steroids and that helped them. That helped them. So it's kind of a you know, it evens out kind of. Now if you have somebody who does that, feeds them good, raw or whatever, and regular exercise, and then use steroids, if, you know, we was back in the day, if they was doing that, they might have had a lot of advantage over other people.
Well, exactly, because that's what I would do. I would go in, and my dogs, if I'm using them, my dogs are stand, they getting treated different than all the dogs sitting on the chain. We do a
Right.
four-wheeler work. They you know which ones you're going to be using. And
Right.
you giving them dogs pre-keeps. Them dogs is in good condition. When they go in condition, they already in condition.
They already fit. See, and I did that with all my dogs, whether they worked out or not, because I didn't know which ones were going to work out or not.
That's right.
So I did that when they was little, from when they were puppies. And if they didn't work out, I didn't use them.
That's right.
Right.
And that's good.
In my mind, they're an athlete. They should be fit their whole life. And I don't mean put them through a keep all their life. That's a detriment. But fresh water, good exercise, good housing, de-louse, de-flea, worm, all that. There are a lot of people didn't do that. I've seen dogs go to matches with hookworm. I've seen dogs doing their thing in the box. They get flipped over and there's fleas all over their body. And these are some top name guys that you read about in the past. So in my mind, I'm a little bit ahead of these guys because I didn't have those problems.
Right.
That take care of them.
Yo, bro, well, I got you, and I know you stepped in and helped us out, and I don't want to hold you up long, but while I got you...
All right, I got some time, no problem.
Okay, while I got you, you got a new book out. I want you to go ahead and tell everybody about your book, and I want people to understand that you do have a keep that you are actually out here selling to people, and for the ones who don't use it, here's a man who doesn't use the Roy and had great success. He's a legend. Am I correct? I mean, we consider you a legend. You don't, but we consider you a legend in the game. Explain to these people.
I don't.
Explain to these people.
I'm too humble for that.
Well, I understand.
What you just said, Twin, look at it this way. Let's say somebody, because I've sold a lot of keeps, had nothing but good feedback, and let's say somebody takes it, they can take advantage of it, use it. If we're talking back in the day, let's say they took my key, you could still add steroids to it if you wanted to. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I offer it, my new book, it's called DOGMEN and Bloodlines. And that's basically what it covers. Dogs that are known, it's mostly stuff people and dogs I was familiar with. And it's mostly dogs that are known, some unknown, dogmen that are known, some not so well known, and the bloodlines I was familiar with, like Jeep, Bully Son, Red Boy, Heinzel, White Dog, like that. So when we're done here, Twin, send me your address. I'll send you a book.
Okay, and while I got you here, could you tell people how to get in contact with you to get that information? Yeah,
just contact me on Facebook Messenger or through my email, richardjschoolboy60@gmail.com, or on Instagram. Or they get the information's on my channel too if they want to go to my channel, or just you can get a hold of me there. Or
what's the name of your channel, Schoolboy?
I got a little promo video with my daughter, School Baby, so people are liking that too. And it kind of explains the book and stuff, But
when you get a chance, send it over here to us so we can play it through some of our shows, if you don't mind.
we want to do.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. That's the you help me when you guys do that. So I want to show my appreciation by sending you something too.
Well, we'd be glad to, big bro. You already know that. Always.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you get that over to us, and we'll start having our little commercial breaks around here.
Yeah. It's a good show. Steroids always it always gets a heated discussion.
Yes, and I don't understand why though.
Because of the myth hanging around it. Steroids is a medicine first and foremost. So just like any medicine, it can be used to an advantage, or it can hurt you. And like I said, if you know how to use them right, they help. That's why they're called enhancers. And there's all different kinds, and people, you need to become familiar with. Like I don't know a lot about them, but what I do know, I get information that from people that are well educated in it. I got a friend, he can tell you top to bottom every single kind, what it does, how it hurts you, how to use it, and it's just information he gives me. If I want to pass it on, or I'm curious about it. But he was taught by the best, and I know a lot of top dog guys that used them too and knew how to use them. Some of them were athletes, some of them bodybuilders, and their experience, it don't come from just using and understanding the steroid, but it comes from them having a physician explain and tell them how much and what it does and how to stack them, and how to what they call, when you're done, you got to cycle through them, do all that, to wean yourself off of all that stuff. They get hair follicle samples. They can tell you when you last took the steroids, what kind, how long it's been, when they're, when they run through your system, all that. These are high dollar athletes that have the money to pay all these people to guide them along and tell them what to use so they don't get hurt from them, which is a lot different from a lot of dog guys. Most of the dog guys is trial and error. Even if somebody tells you, you don't have somebody doing blood work on you and checking fluids and heart rate and all kinds of shit that they check.
I just knew. I just knew the most important part to me was, prior to going into a key, steroids don't even become a factor until you get to the key.
Right.
But there's so much other work you got to do before you get there.
Right. And there's even that, some people will give them roids right at the beginning, all the way through. Some people don't give them until 2 weeks in or 3 weeks in, and then the rest of the key. So there's different ways to do it. There's different types to use. Like I said, the main one, the most popular one, is Winstraw V.
Yep.
And then they stack it. And some people use Anavar, Decadurabolin. They use test. All kinds of shit. But it's just a matter of learning how to use them and knowing how to do it properly. And the worst part of it is the side effects afterwards.
Yep.
If you're not using them properly, they anybody can look it up, and you see kidney failure and heart disease, heart failure, and liver problems and all this stuff. That comes from misuse. That comes from ignorance. Because like I said, it's a medicine. When you get sick, they give you certain steroids for certain ailments. So it's not like they're bad. It's just they're misused most of the time until people dial it in and get it right.
I think I misused mine. I wouldn't say I misused it. I just didn't use the aftercare after that. You're supposed to use Anabol and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
I didn't ever do.
you know, they taught me how to use them, but they didn't tell me how to come off of them.
Right.
Sonny
right.
Mean Street was trying to help me.
Yeah.
Sonny was trying to help me, but you know.
Right. That's the learning process, unfortunately. You know, where if you'd had like these sports guys, they got physicians that know all this, so they go through all that before they work out, during their keep competition, whatever it is, after the competition. Like a football player, they have to be able, if they use them, they have to be able to use them throughout the season, which dogs don't do that. You know?
That's right.
So you got to have somebody know what the hell they're doing, man. They have problems.
Now, being that you spoke it up, the early part of before you get there to the steroid. Can you iterate that to these guys so when I think they be thinking like when Twins talking about roids and he be talking too confident, like I'm talking too confident. You know, they won't let me talk confident. Why can't I? You know what I'm saying? When you don't lose a lot and you know why, especially when you're using certain dogs. This is why we got these great dogs that we got out there. Am I right? Mm-hmm. Am I right?
You're right. You're right.
We pointed a lot of great champions and grand champions. They on roid just like me.
Yep.
Talking the same shit and confident just like me.
Right. Most of them did, like you said. I'll put it this way because people ask me, well, you know, you didn't use them, right? And I said, yeah, I didn't use them, except for aftercare, the Dex and the Solo Delta or Cortisate 20.
Yeah.
You know,
mm-hmm.
But most of my opponents did, and I won most of my matches. That's the easiest way I can say it. So there's a way to get there, but it's a lot more work that you have to put in. And I'm talking from when they're tiny puppies. It's all physical. It's all mental with the dog. You know, we talk about bonding and all that, you know, and that's all part of it. I raised every one of them as if they were going to come. Like I said, some don't. It's not a waste because, you know, it's good for the dog to get exercise, all that stuff. But if you don't do that, then somebody's going to come along and you're never going to win. Not consistently.
That's right.
So there's a lot more you have to put into it. And I had a lot of help. And I have family. So it ain't like, you know, I just raised good game dogs and tough and all that stuff. That's only part of it. You got to put in the work. And part of that work is culling. Part of it is regular exercise, good feed. Even back in the day, most people fed their dogs good during keep.
Right.
But during their life, they didn't. They didn't. There were no supplements. They didn't. They gave them whole raw, whatever. There was no meat, no vegetables, no nothing. And then for 2 months that they're got their dog in keep, now they're feeding them good. Well, you're behind the 8 ball. You already too late. They need that nutrition beforehand. So you know, that's the only way I can explain it. That's how I could compete with those guys. In my mind, anyways. You know, I've lost to dogs on steroids too. They were on steroids. I wasn't. I lost. But any of the top name guys that were in my area, surrounding states, yeah, I beat them.
Because you had a good dog. They had nothing to do with the roids. Am I right?
What's that?
I said because you had a good dog.
Yeah, that's first and foremost.
I mean, you cannot.
No matter what you do or what you have, if you don't have the dog first, you might as well give it up, man. Don't even try. Don't just because the 1 time out of 10 that you win, that's just by accident. Because the other dog was worse. You're not going to compete on the top level if you don't have the dog first.
That's the truth. That is the truth. That's right.
And the competition was hot and heavy, man. You can't make no excuses. You can't come in there half-assed. You can't come in there, you know, thinking that you know, hopefully I'll win or something like that. You got to put everything you got into that dog and all your dogs, or you ain't never going to have that kind of success. It's like anything else, whether it's business or whether you're an entertainer or whether you in sports. You know, it's a lifelong love of it. You know, you got to put in 14 hours a day, 12 hours a day when you work. You're an artist, same thing. Same thing with the dog. You got to be on top of them all the time. You can't leave your house because you got dogs. You can't go on vacation because you got dogs. You can't half step it because you got dogs.
Right.
That's you know, that has been a detriment to people as much as anything else. You don't put the time in. It's hard. It's a lot of work, man. You better hope your family loves you. You might not have a family if you don't.
Hey,
Right.
11 kids later, I would tell you, I'm picking dogs now. I don't even want to go through it no more.
Yo, bro.
Yeah.
Schoolboy, now, I'm glad you showed up tonight, because I'm pretty sure if you had been watching the chat, they was all over the place. But since you've been on here, right, it's like God just walked into the room.
Right. You know, everybody, ain't nobody saying nothing now.
Nothing. So, man, let me tell you, I really appreciate it coming from you, because you are like the professor of this whole situation. And
Thank you, brother.
I'm glad that you stopped through to shine a lot of light on what we were discussing tonight, because I watched the chat now, and it's like God walked in.
Mm-hmm. But that's how it is, though. But that's how it is. And you know me, I come right to it. Big brother, am I saying something wrong? Because if anybody gonna tell me, you gonna tell me. You know, and I'm trying to get something across, and it's like, you know, I ain't trying to be cocky, but I'm just trying to keep it real. And, you know, and I guess they try to take the littlest thing and try to make it like, oh, you saying this? I'm not trying to say all that.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
But another good thing.
Like I said, you gotta hit it from all sides.
Yes.
It's like any topic. You gotta take it from all sides, good, bad, indifferent, top, bottom, whatever. Because if you don't, you don't have a true knowledge of what you're talking about.
Right. Exactly.
So, you know, it's that way with the dogs. If you can't critique your own dog, then you just blind. You kennel blind or whatever. And once you get past that, past your ego, and you can just look at them for what they are and be honest with yourself, you're gonna up your game. You're gonna up your dog, because you're not gonna accept less. You're not gonna accept half-ass, you know, feeding, half-ass conditioning,
That's right.
half-ass dog.
Right.
You know, everybody want to be on top, but like I said, a lot of people don't put the work in. You know.
And it's hard to be the man who put the work in. That's all I'm trying to tell him. I put the work in. I'm trying to tell you, and I'm bringing the right dog. I got a funny way about what I bring. And if you know going hard, you should know Twin and them come with killers.
Yeah.
You know that about me, then you know when you get ready to go into me, you know Twin is going to bring a dog in here that's going to be aggressive. He's going to be rough, and he's going to be on roids. He's going to be... They biting hard and they're strong as hell and they're bigger than your dog. I don't know what the hell them boys be doing, but they dogs look bigger than your shit.
Yeah. So in speaking of the past, people knew that if they didn't come in with a good one, you can't make excuses if they lose to you.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I can't say, oh well, this and that, and my dog stubbed his toe and the keep was off and this and that. You already know who you're going into. No, you already know that. So don't make excuses after. Well, you just got beat by a better dog. You got beat by better conditioning. You got beat by better supplement, whatever it is. You got beat, and it happens to everybody.
Exactly.
So when you're on that level, competition hot and heavy, man.
You better.
There ain't no excuses. There ain't no tomorrow. Nothing. For me, it was exciting. I loved it. You know, and no, I miss them days. They're never going to happen again, but I still got the memories. You know, now I just put it all in books. I haven't been able to chime in, you know, to a lot of things, not just your chat, but other ones too, because, you know, I've been so busy. But I heard you asking about, you know, Robert T. and Robert T. Jr. and all that, so I wanted to kind of help out a little bit, you know.
Well, I'm glad to know that you're damn it listening.
Right. We didn't caught here, Eminem and them peeping in. I done caught Big Bro peeping in, so I know y'all be out there listening to y'all little brother. Yeah, y'all know it, y'all do.
Yeah.
I'm so happy.
And see, people like Eminem and you know, all the other people that you've had in your chat, and you guys, and people that you've had as guests and all that. A lot of them guys, I used to follow their careers. You know, I remember their dogs, even though I didn't know them. You know,
Right.
I know what they're talking about when they're on it, when you guys are chatting with them. You know, so that's part of history. That's the point I'm getting to. That's history, man. People should take advantage of the people that come on your show. Not just me, not just Bach and you know, Rossman and all that, but all the other people you had on there.
That's good. That's good.
Well, I'm glad to see you dropped in and you come to the rescue. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just that because I think somebody in the chat said Indian Sunny beat Robert T and all that. No, it wasn't Sunny. It was Tito. And it wasn't in California. It was. I don't know if he traveled to Virginia where Ken was, but he traveled cross country with them dogs. And it was Robert T. Jr. that lost to Ninja. They get that mixed up even online, even in the chat. So you know, I got on here. Hopefully it'll help out and clearing up.
Yeah, because I was trying to tell. I told everybody that Robert T lost to Duke on Fat Bill's show, and they tried to tell me I was wrong.
No, it was Robert T. If you look at Robert T's record, if you go through the old journals, it has every dog he beat and every dog he lost to. He was like a 9-time winner.
Yeah.
Right. And you know, he beat Duke. He beat some other champion too. And then he lost to Migraine. That's where people.
No, he beat Migraine. He beat Migraine.
He beat Migraine and lost to Duke, right?
Yeah, he beat Migraine and lost to Duke.
It's that's where they kind of get it, where they don't understand.
I said, well, I know the same dog that beat Migraine is the dog that lost to Duke. Now, I don't know why they got Robert T. Jr. beating Migraine.
Yeah, that's the screw up.
That's the screw up. It ain't Junior did not beat Migraine. The Migraine that I'm talking about, because remember, I'm from Ohio.
Right.
All those dogs is in Ohio, right where I live.
Yeah.
Migraine and Duke.
Back in the day.
Right.
Right. We all heard, you know.
Well, I sent my money. That's what I'm saying. I sent my money on Duke.
Right. Right. Mm-hmm.
But I'm so glad that you straightened that out, because I'm looking at the Robert T as they pull it up on PEDs online. It was like, okay, this is the same Migraine. Then I'm telling y'all now, there's something wrong here, because no, the Migraine we saw lose to Robert T. Okay, now that is the Robert T that I know is the Robert T that went in the Duke. Fat Bill tried to tell me it wasn't. Now I'm like, no.
When you look at his certificate, it has all those wins, and then right at the end, it has his loss too. He was a grand champion.
Yep, when he lost to Duke.
He got relegated back to champion when he lost.
That's right. Right, and he quit. Quit in 48 on Duke.
Well, I think it went an hour or something, but he quit. Yeah.
Look, he's a head rider.
Again after that either. I don't think.
Right.
I don't think they kept him.
He was a head rider, and Duke came in and jumped on his head.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, he was a head rider.
And that's what happened. Duke came in there and jumped on his head.
Yeah, because not most of them, maybe half of them, they was long shows. One of them was 3 hours, I think.
Well, he had a hard time with Migraine, because Migraine was a back-end dog, and he just rolled Migraine out. That's all it was. He just rolled the hell out of Migraine. Because Migraine was a back-end dog, and he did everything he could to get back there. Robert T was just slick on his feet.
Right.
He was just
there you go.
slick on his feet. He just wasn't, he was just surprised, because Duke ran out there and jumped right on his head.
Right.
And rolled him out.
Right. And Ken got him after he had already won several matches.
Yep.
Yeah, he didn't get him till the end of his career.
I know that.
I don't know who handled. You were asking if Ozzy handled him one time.
Yeah, he handled. Ozzy handled him against migraine.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, he handled Robert T against migraine, and he actually gave the dog to Ozzy because he said he didn't like Robert T.
Oh, okay, yeah, because he was a head dog.
Yes.
Yeah.
But, you know, people don't know the inside story like that because, you know, remember, I'm from that area, so we knew the inside of what was going on. I just didn't know. I wanted to make sure before I get in depth on a story that we already knew.
Right.
You know?
See, a lot of that information, it's in the Sporting Dog Journal or other magazines.
Yes.
It just over time it puts it around somehow. I don't know. And some of the information now is wrong.
Yes, it definitely is wrong. Yeah. And I'm glad you was there because I just talked to how my boy B Crest Kennels, and I asked him, and he was like, well, man, you know, the migraine, man, you know, the migraine match, Ozzy was the one handling him.
Okay.
You know, why you think Ozzy was handling it? Because Kenny gave the dog to him.
There you go.
Because he didn't like him. Actually, he did it before the migraine match. He gave Ozzy the dog because he said he didn't like him. And that's when Ozzy got the hook in, you know, through Kenny to go in with Robert T and migraine. And that's how that jumped off.
Right.
And then after that.
Who used him against Duke?
Kenny Allen was there. Yeah, but to see, the thing was, it was so private that we couldn't nobody really get in because, you know, they didn't want to overflood the place. So a lot of us sent our money with our representative, put it like that. And the person who we sent with our money had seen Duke all 5 of his matches.
Right.
So
and
this was
Duke don't even have a ped, does he?
Nope.
He don't have a pedigree.
Because he was, you know, they say he was off the Luther line, right? But I'm going to tell you where they found Duke at. Duke was found at a junkyard.
Right.
He was a junkyard dog. And you know how people do their junkyard dogs. People come through there with their dogs and, you know, they was talking shit about this junkyard dog. And they just so happened to get Duke and tried to put Luther on his pedigree. We never knew if he was even out of Luther. You know what I'm saying? But we knew, you know, us closest to them knew that they found him on a junkyard. Right.
Some of them junkyard dogs or street dogs or whatever dog, unknown pet, they're tough because they go through hell, man. Will roll the shit out of them.
Man, they said Duke
or match them for, you know, off the chain money or whatever.
Look,
sometimes it's a lot of money.
Duke was a multi-time winner before he was won his first one. That's how he got their attention because he was beating up everybody's shit that they was going to the junkyard, putting the junkyard dog on them, betting that money, and this junkyard dog was smashing everybody.
So you got to be a tough dog to do that. Plus all that experience. They ain't gonna bring no style you ain't used to. You know what I mean? And then you take a dog like that, and now somebody pays attention to him, feeds him good, puts him in shape, and you got a super dog, man. Because he never been treated so well.
That's how they ended up with him. They went over there and bought him off the and took him out that junkyard, and and he paid off well. He paid off very well.
Yeah,
he did. He was there. He actually was on the same card when Fergie went up there with Brunson and went in the tadpole.
Right.
Yeah, Bill was there that night.
Tadpole was Bobby Jr. and Dirty Merrick. He was a 2-time winner.
That's right. Yeah. And he went into Brunson.
Frank Bunce had Buns and Company, and he had Champion Toad too, his brother.
Yep, he had Champion Toads. That's right. He sure did. Frank Bunce.
Yeah.
See, you all up in my area. What you doing all on that side of the country, man?
Oh, everybody, man. I went over there a couple of times. In fact, I tell people, and again, years ago, the last match I refereed was in Michigan many years ago. That's the last one I ever did.
I bet it was a big one too. For you to be up that far.
Yeah, it was. I didn't even know the dogs. I didn't know the guys. But there was a lot of green being slung around, man, back and forth in a basement, in an area where, it was me and my buddy. He was Italian, I'm Mexican. Everybody else was black. Treated us good, and we're in an area where the cops don't even go.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. You was in Detroit.
You was in Detroit by that 8 Mile.
About around there about 8 Mile.
Yeah.
8 Mile or 7 Mile. You was in that area.
Yeah. I don't even know where it was, but they were telling Richard, cops don't even come here unless there's a murder or something. They don't patrol here.
That's right.
They're scared to come in here. And it wasn't like in the center of Detroit, but like near it, you know.
That's right. Yeah.
It was like not a suburban area, but a neighborhood, you know.
Yeah.
Man, I had a hell of a time. It was a good time, man.
I mean, man, you had all the good guys, man. A lot of these guys just don't know how hot those areas were. I told them I could sit there and go on and on and on. I think everybody was a fast lane back then. I mean,
Yep.
literally. I'm talking about from Indiana. We still talking about Windy City. Bob played. Look at Bob Lowry.
Yep. There are a lot of them. There's guys from Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, New York,
Jersey. Don't forget Jersey. They get mad at you. Don't forget them Canadians and them Buffalo boys. They get mad when we don't bring their name up.
Yeah, the Canadians, they used to come down to the Great Lakes area and match, and people from that area used to go into Canada and match out.
That's right. Dream Team, what they call it? U.S. Dream Team, and then you got Giroux, and then you got LaFons and Biorio with his cemetery rest.
All them.
All them. Now look.
Jean Payer. And
that's right.
You know, so there's a lot of history there, and like I mentioned before, that's where the dogs came from, that area, most of them. Because at the time dogs were being brought into the U.S., there were 5 major ports. 4 of them were in Northeast USA, and 1 was in Louisiana. So there might have been some dogs coming in through New Orleans, but most of them came in through the north, and that's where the breed began. You know, and like in our day, a lot of the dogs come from the south, and you know, a lot of breedings and all that stuff. Those dogs that came from the south, they originally came from the north.
Mm-hmm.
That's where Corvino was, and you know, Ozzie Stevens, and you got Komasinski, and you know, Colby. That's from Colby from Massachusetts. That's where the breed started from. So there's a long history. There's a long history of north fighting south too, back and forth, back and forth. If they read the history, man, you know, and research it, it's interesting as hell, man. There's so much involved, and the people involved, you name it, from all walks of life. And I'm talking clergymen and judges and police and famous actors and sports guys and writers and all the people you see about movies. Most of them went to dogfight. Yep. And some of them had pit bulls, you know.
That's so true.
Well, so, yeah, people forget about the north sometimes, but that's where the dogs are from.
Well, we've been always saying that part because, you know, we had a history lesson. You know, to play any kind of game, you got to know where the game started at. You know, that's like anything you do. You got to know, try to get as much information as you can. So a lot of them names that you're mentioning, knowing that I know where you're at compared to where we grew up at, and how we remember we've been from the south to the north and back down south.
Right.
But we got dogs out on the West Coast now.
Right.
So just understanding that and learning that, and while we're doing this podcast, and even when you're doing your show, just that little bit of information you're giving tonight will make somebody want to know more about what you just said. Now, we can sit here every Tuesday and Friday and try to tell them, but when God speaks, it just does something different.
It does something different. You know what I'm saying? There ain't nobody going to argue with me now since you spoke.
Yeah.
You know, because
Well, it's the truth. It's the truth, you know, and maybe part of it, you know, I wanted to make sure that people understood, you know, you're not just making up story, you know, you're talking the truth because that's the way it was. But you had to live it to know it. You can't make this stuff up. That's what I tell people too. You can't lie and fake your way through and read a bunch of articles and think you know stuff. You had to be there. And then when I talk to people and they tell me, yeah, I know Twin, I knew Twin, I knew his dog. This, like I told you, one of my buddies said one of the baddest bitches he ever seen was yours. You know, so that validates everything. You know, I don't have to question them. And they do the same with me. I tell people research it. I'm in there, check, talk to people, see if they know me, if I met them or whatever.
all day, I just grab your red book and just take pictures and send them up in Texas. Hey, is Schoolboy really that? Hold on, let me show you what Schoolboy is. I take all your books and line them up and take pictures. And I start sending text messages with your pictures in it. Yeah, these are his books. You need to get up with him. You know?
I tell you what, a lot of people are going to be surprised when they get the book because they're in it and they don't realize they're in it. And then dogs they knew are in it and they didn't realize that they were in it.
Wow.
I knew a lot of people and I've been a lot of places. And I ain't even done. I got another book halfway written. It's going to cover more stuff. And it's just going to be ongoing. I'm going to do this till I can. So there's a lot of information and I get a lot of help from other dogmen too. You know, remind me of this or give me this story or what did you do, you know. And like I said, a lot of them are well known, you know, Danny Burton and Don Mayfield and Howard Heinzel like that. And some of them ain't. But that gives you an insight into someone who was involved with the dogs that you may not have heard of, but you may have heard of their dog.
Right.
Well, I'm glad you said that because that's exactly what the show was tonight. It wasn't supposed to be about the steroids. It was supposed to be about the guys that you don't hear of, and you named a whole bunch of them just then. Because if they get their history, they're going to find more about the dogs that they had, the people we talk about right now. They ain't got shit on the people that, you know, that you just mentioned. They have no idea, no clue who these people are.
Yep. Even the steroids, it's not new. It ain't nothing new. You know, it's just they've advanced and they have different kinds and they have, you know, they know a lot more about them. But Sadler and Tudor and them was using steroids way back in the day, and they were doing blood work on their dogs way back then because their vet was a horse vet, and he used to take care of all, you know, horse racers, horses used for, you know, thoroughbreds and pacers and trotters and stuff. So they did blood work on the horses, and somebody mentioned, you know, hey, I can do the same with your dogs. Whether they asked him or he told them, I don't know, but that was back in the late 40s, early 50s. Even Mayfield talks about them. He called them hormones in the video.
What about Pete Sparks?
Pete Sparks?
Yes, because he was an old guy who actually he was one of the first people that talked about, boy, once you learn that steroid game.
Yeah. And that's probably where he got it from, was Tudor and Sadler, Nemechek, you know, Artie Nemechek and all of that. It was known that people was using. In fact, in the old rules, dog rules, one of the rules in there, in a couple of them, is no hypos allowed, no hypodermic. I'm thinking that's what they're referring to is steroids back then.
Mm-hmm.
But how you gonna tell? You know, how you gonna know? For me, I'm indifferent about it. Like, you know, people go, oh, that's cheating, this and that. No, I don't feel that way because you know, in my own, you know, not to be egotistical, but I didn't care if they used them. It didn't bother me. I was gonna win or I was gonna lose, and I beat, like I said, a lot of them guys I beat. That's what they use.
That's right.
So you know, it's a moot point for me, and that's why, you know, I tripped out. People get all worked up over it, man. How steroid this, that, or you're cheating, or, you know, it makes you a super dog and this and that. Everything that's been said and done with them is still being said. But unless you know what you're really doing, you really can't have an educated opinion.
Right.
You gotta use it on a bunch of dogs. And to know the difference, you gotta use it. You gotta not use it on dogs, so you can make a fair assessment of whether you really like them or not. If you do, it ain't no big deal with me.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know I use Super Kennel as a prime example, and you know Super Kennel had a lot of champions.
Mm-hmm.
Size 'em Up Kennels had a lot of champions.
Right.
Strictly Business had a few champions. You know, these is guys, man, that we don't really jump on here and talk about.
Right.
But I grabbed a few of them because today we're talking about kennels we talked very little about. And again, I showed them
they had to have good dogs to make all them champions.
Right.
As much as people talk about steroids and talk about the benefits and you know it's an edge and all that stuff, I ain't never heard nobody say I won a lot and I made a lot of champions strictly due to steroids.
Thank you.
It helps, but they don't talk that way.
Nope.
Because without the dog, no matter what you give them, if the dog ain't there, you give them all the steroids you want, you're gonna help them. You know. If you got a good one, yeah, it'll enhance them, man. If you do it right. If you don't, you're gonna screw up your good dog. I guarantee you that. Too.
Preach. Yes, sir. I'm using my rag. Yes, preach, baby, preach.
Yeah.
Hey, schoolboy, thank you for the call. I mean, just the call is a privilege that you call, okay? And then to step in on the show on this Hot Mic Friday, you really made the mic hot tonight. You know what I'm saying? And you really took the pressure off of me. Cause all you did is solidify. Got to. And man, you know I looks up to y'all always and forever, man. And you got that. You got the bat phone. You know you can pick that mug up and get on anytime you get ready. Don't forget.
I will.
When you get a chance, give me. You know what you need to do. You need to hook up so you can give me that information and things like that. And I want to start spending a little bit more time with you about this book thing because I don't want to leave the earth and not have something left behind with me. Now, I ain't no book writer. I tried to recording myself, but you know, that it's a whole lot of recording. You do a lot of recording before you write your book.
I have a lot of notes.
Golly.
I got notebooks going back 40 years with all this information. I never thought I was going to write books and all that. You know, I had an idea back then. Maybe one day I'll put a picture book out because I got thousands of pictures. Yeah, I got pictures on negative film. I got pictures on those little slides and all, you know, and I have pictures too. I never thought I was going to do this, but it was important to me at least to keep my history and people that I respected or dogs or bloodlines that I like, keep the history of that. So I have, I don't know, maybe 150 notebooks full of notes. I got so many that when I pass this earth, all my daughter has to do is go through the notebooks and she can write a book, you know, AKA Schoolboy, you know, by School Baby or whatever.
Right.
Because I just have tons and tons of information. And you know, when we're done, just or you know, today, tomorrow, whatever, just send me your
my address,
and then I'll get a book out to you.
Oh, that'd be a privilege, man. And while you're at it, don't forget that commercial. We're going to start having our, public announcements during our show. We be on these shows long enough. You know, we need to start doing more of that. So I appreciate you. Hey, guys, before my brother leave this show tonight, y'all know y'all going to have to get in there and get them fingers ready on them thumbs up. Mike, come on, man. I need my thumbs up, baby.
Look here, fellas. Now, y'all know.
Y'all know.
Y'all know. Yeah. Based on what I was looking in that chat tonight, and I'm watching y'all once he got on here, y'all know, I already know you like the content, but what I need you to do is take that same energy and give me them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now throw the roses. Roses! We need them damn roses! Show them the
he better be running pages. I need to see man, don't y'all embarrass me. Y'all know that you got Schoolboy up in here in the house, Shark Tank, viewers. Send your comments. Thanks, Schoolboy. Get all the thumbs and roses. So when he go back in here and look at that, man, I want him to really feel more than just appreciated. I want him to feel love because we love him.
Appreciate that, Schoolboy. Appreciate the call, fam.
You're welcome. Much love, and thanks for everybody in the chat. Keep supporting GHK, the twins, brother. We'll talk soon. Take care. Bye.
Thank you, bro. Bye-bye. Hey, y'all, that's what you call fam right there, man. Can't turn that, can't do nothing but love that. Can't do nothing but love that. And I get that from my piece, man. And I just thank the game for giving me that room, man, to get up in here and be around those type of dog men, man. You know, I had a fun life in it, and I'm having a fun life in it now. Dealing with y'all. You know, it looked a little shaky there, where everybody trying to go all over the place with it. But it sounds good when it's coming from another person, especially a person like Schoolboy, because Schoolboy is probably the most informative, baddest, educational dog man on the planet. And when I say on the planet, I'm talking about on the planet that we have access to, because he makes himself available to all of us. And he does his shows is educational, informative, great content. When he talks, you know, he talks with experience, you know, that you know he's been there. He ain't no man that just knows how to read good. He's been around. And that makes all the world a difference. It just does, you know, and I really appreciate him being on that team. You know, that's part of that 7-8 sports panel. And you know, that 7-8 sports panel, that's a hell of a panel he got there, and just to be a part of, you know, a part of that, man, in my life right now, I think them guys for everything. 7-8, the panel, all them guys have done a lot for us, you know, and we can never appreciate them enough. And guys, when it comes to them guys, y'all should too, because they giving it to you. They giving it to you raw, you know. And I'm just another person out here that's going to add to that on top of all the other podcasts out there. You know, I ain't trying to brag and I ain't trying to be all that, but I'm going to tell you, you got real dog man hanging around like that. I'm talking about these are the real boys. And y'all know where I come from. I come from where it was happening. I come out the globe. That's the core. And what I'm sharing with y'all, you know, and giving y'all the opportunity to really get an understanding. So when Schoolboy and Valkyrie and, you know, Rasta Man, you got, look at you got Walk 'em Down Ram, y'all got Fat Bill. I mean, y'all done had Tony Wade, y'all done had Mile, the Triple M's, Gameville, Snipe and the boys with Jigger, Gotta Eat. Come on, y'all. We got more to do. I'm trying to get B-Crest up in here. Ohio Cash, I can get him up in here. Now, that one right there, he done seen it all, too. So that man got books raw. And right now, they go all the way back where they got a book out, right, y'all? It came out like in 18-something, man, where they was showing the dogs coming off the boats. A pit bull book. You can't even find it no more. This book is like extinct, that he got his hands on it. His older brother got it, and he wouldn't even, first time he done seen it in over 20 years. That's how old the book. His brother wouldn't even let him walk out the house with it. His brother wouldn't even let him look at it, but he had to be sitting in a chair. He better not get up from the chair with the book. 20 years later, his brother still got the book. Now he's letting him get the book. So he's trying to get the book, and he's trying to find some people to reprint the book. Because this is a bad book. It's a bad book. And if I can get my hands on it, I'm going to put it out there for you guys. Definitely put it out there for you guys to see it, you know? But it's a old book. It says one of the oldest pit bull books out there. You can't find it anymore. But guys, I'm working on getting it done, so I'll give y'all some more good content because I'm excited too. Just to hear about it and know it exists. You know, and having the opportunity to get it, I got to give it a chance to come through because we got to find somebody who's going to be willing to print it. That's the one thing for sure. You know, because, you know, the original's not going to get too far away. So we got to do something, get the original back to the owner and just get our copy and enjoy just the copy we got. You know, because it's a copy of the actual original that we're trying to get done. And if we can get it done, I'm going to share it with you guys. Like I share everything else with you guys.
All right, fellas. Nice show tonight. I'd like to give a special shout out to my man, Mr. Richard Garcia, a.k.a. Schoolboy. The other thing I want to be able to do, get y'all to understand too, for all of the people who donated, who give to the channel, I want all you people to understand that everything that you do for this channel goes back into the channel. That's the key to everything that we do here. Because there's so much that we have to be able to give, so we don't, it's not about running out of things because we can never run out of the history. Too much of it out there. It's just trying to get it all and be able to share. Now, one thing I noticed about tonight in the chat, the reason everybody got that blue, because we all on the same page. But one thing I want to make sure everybody understand, it is all right to agree to disagree. That's the point. We're not here to try to convince anybody of anything. Sometimes as I watch tonight, some people lose track of what that really means. But that takes me back to you can talk a good game, but you show your ignorance because you don't have to say anything. Because if you've been there and you've done it before, it is what it is. Talking never got nothing done. Not from where I come from. You can talk all day. The danger is when I ain't got nothing else to say. So I want to make sure that we keep that as a point of view dealing with the Shark Tank, simply because y'all never supposed to lose contrast to that. Especially when other people are going to see what you're saying and how you acting. And I don't want to see it, and I don't want it to become a part of, I got 2 different chat rooms going on. I wouldn't care what the situation is because it's always going to be simply, I don't have to agree with everything that y'all saying. You ain't got to agree with everything I say, but that don't make me any better or any less than the man that it should to you. And it kind of got a little bit off track there tonight. But I just want y'all to know I'll be watching. I'm glad Schoolboy came in because even with my brother sitting here trying to tell you something, you seem to get the picture when Mr. Garcia calls in and he didn't say anything different than what we were already discussing.
Y'all trying to do better than me, and you don't do that because you will never be better than you. You got a long way. Not in this era. Not in this era. You might take my conversation a little raw, but a lot of you guys, y'all want to be me. Don't talk with me because you ain't me. Don't talk at me because you can never be that. You have not done what I've done in this game. So don't go fooling yourself and trying to convince all the viewers and all the guys in the chat room and trying to make yourself something that you're not and get mad when I call you on it. All right? Don't do it. Because you don't know enough. I know the real dog man out there. Don't think I don't know. Because if you was relevant, I would know who you are. Trust me. So don't be popping up like some new internet new jack and acting like you know what you're talking about when you're going to find yourself being called. You're going to have to put the work in. You're going to have to be able to go back in this thing and show us that you're worthy of listening to. And there's a lot of you guys that need to come in this room and do what you're doing, listening and learning. You know, jacking yourself up like you're going to be anywhere on my level, stop it, because you've got a long way to go. You do. And I'm being straight up and flat out about that, because if I knew if you was anything worth being relevant to me, I'd be putting you on blast, letting you know how good you are, and you be having some input. Okay? Until I figure out who those people is, a lot of you people better stay in your place and start acting like you're getting above yourself. And this is definitely the place where you will get checked. You better have all your P's in the right place. When I call out your name and ask you, what do you got? What have you done? You know, don't do that. When you do that, you're going to open yourself up, because everybody's going to be on the same level. I'm going to keep you on the same level. You get ahead of that, especially coming at me, I'm going to shoot at you anyway. You already know our attitude. You know, it's our show. You know, just don't get mad. Don't get mad. A lot of you guys, y'all might play that fake shit out there, but you ain't nothing in this room coming across here fake. We gonna eat your ass up. We gonna eat your ass up, because what's the main thing I always told y'all when we first started this show? What's one of the most important things? It's got to be real. Don't come in here with your fake ass shit thinking that shit gonna fly. Because real recognize real. And if your ass ain't real, I'm gonna call you on it. And that goes for anybody in this room. Don't play with that. Don't play with that. All right? And that's just a warning that we told you guys that from day one. Be real. What's one of the most important things we said about being a real dog, man? Being real. You ain't real, then don't act like you are, and don't think you won't get called on it. A lot of you guys might have had some dogs. A lot of you guys might have did a little time with the dogs, but a lot of guys, y'all ain't put in the work. If you had to really put in the work, we would know who you are. We're just finding out about a lot of you guys. So give us time to figure out who you are. Don't act like you something that we were when you ain't even come out of an air nowhere close to where we was at. So don't expect me to put you somewhere you don't belong, especially in the area that I played in a time. If it was anything worth the time, you'd be something in one of these conversations. I'd be saying your name, like I say, Fat Bill, and a couple other names like AK and then the LA Combine. You know, these guys, they've been around. It's a fact. They're part of history. Now, to everybody else get that kind of recommendation coming out of there, man, don't act like you're better than any one of them, because I know them. I don't know you. And unless you step up and put something on the table in any kind of that comparison, then keep it to yourself and stay in your place, man. Don't make us say something that, you know, where you're going to feel like I'm putting you down or I'm taking shots at you because it's the way we scratch. You know, remember, we scratch hard and scratch real and true. So don't try to build yourself up from being something when you're still a nothing, all right? And especially when you're trying to be disrespectful about it. You know what I mean? We got enough fake doctors running around here now. You won't catch them up in here too much, because we will call you. We will call you on it. And we will be just as forceful and mean and ugly as you trying to be. Because it's our house. It's our Shark Tank. Cut the whole tank loose. You know, you're going to respect the room. Gotta respect the room. You're going to respect us, and you're going to respect the room. And the people in the room. Everybody deserves that. You ain't bigger than nobody. You ain't bigger than me, that's for sure. If you was, you'd be on the show and we'd be talking to you too. But you ain't got to there yet. Ain't nobody in this room got to that yet. But Fat Bill. You know, and he got his own show. You know, everybody else, like my brothers, they listening in. You know, there's a whole lot of my big brothers out there in the back wind listening in. Some of them agree with me and some of them don't, because they don't think that you guys deserve to hear what y'all getting. Man, you giving up too much love to these people, man. You're gonna make guys dog men who ain't never probably done a dog with the information you giving out. A lot of guys don't like that. But guess what? It's still part of the past, and they can't change the past. It's all part of the past. The past is just that. You can't change it. You can't change a damn thing. And just like I said about the Robert T thing, I knew I was right. I left it alone. You know what I mean? I left it alone. If you're talking about dogs that came out of our area. Our area. That's where we're from. You know, and I'm glad to see that we got that corrected. We need to fix that on PEDs Online. So a lot of you people who was jumping up last night when y'all the answer was not right. The answer was wrong. Just letting you know, he said he saw it. Yes, he did see it, but he didn't see the Robert T that we saw. Okay, so just letting y'all know. You know, Fat Bill, I love you, bro. Everything you say ain't always right either, you know. You are the man. You've been the man as far as I'm concerned. It's been a long time, man. You got to give me that one. You got to give me that one. Not too many times that I can catch Fat Bill wrong. All right, so I'm going to ride this one like, hi-oh, Silver, buddy. And now, told you was wrong, man. Tried to tell them they was wrong. Yeah.
Mic check. Hold on. Let me get back on here. Thank you, see. Now, I don't know where I don't know where I missed that at, but look. The show tonight wasn't basically about the steroids. It was just a poll because, again, as I see, everybody had the different opinions about steroids. But being that we're in this game here, back in the past, it wasn't nothing illegal about it. And yes, everybody used them because they didn't want to be at a disadvantage. That's period, bottom line. Remember, steroids still never made the animal. So it's not something that we always sit back and we made it a big ass deal because it wasn't a big deal. It's a big deal now simply because if you ain't never did it, you would never be in a situation to know the difference anyhow. That's why we asked the question, because what did y'all think? And what the poll come out, man?
Hey, Tony Montana said, I wish I knew what Twin One said. He must have said something while the mic was down.
Yeah. Okay, what's the poll?
The poll is 218 votes, guys. Question is, did the use of steroids in the past put the opponent at a disadvantage when the game dogs matched up? 54% said yes. 46% said no.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what.
I'm gonna have to go with the yeses.
I'm gonna go with the yeses because you really was at a disadvantage if you didn't.
Yeah. I mean,
Performance enhancing drug.
even if you had a better dog, you know, you probably brought your chances to even, being that your dog was better than his.
But we in the fast lane.
We in the
Everybody
fast lane.
coming with the
right.
shit.
I'm trying to come in with a killer.
Everybody.
on roids, and I don't care what you
bottom
bring.
line, everybody was on that level right there. Everybody bringing that heat, bro. Everybody. So you don't even put yourself in this position to be asked because it didn't matter.
Right. I just can't believe you guys and your conversations about steroids is just unbelievable. I mean, we never even. It wasn't nothing back then.
Nothing back then.
Maybe because everybody was doing it. You know?
But maybe that's what it was.
Man,
you know, it
no,
just never
man.
was a big deal,
Y'all stand up there. I don't use roids. I don't need roids.
Don't care.
All that whining ass shit. Y'all ain't real dog men then.
because it didn't matter.
Y'all can't be real dog men talking like that.
It
You
didn't
can't be.
matter. I don't understand it. It did not matter.
No, it didn't matter. It
At
didn't
all.
matter to us then, and it
Don't
shouldn't matter to y'all
us
now. Give a damn. Ain't nobody even ask them kind of questions.
Now,
Everybody's so quick to, I don't use roids like it's so bad. So what? I guarantee you wish you had it. You'd have ran into people like me. You can't seem to get off the ground. You would have figured that shit out real quick.
Guarantee you.
It's easy to talk it,
yeah,
but put the work in and act like you can and make it work for you.
yeah,
You'll find out.
yeah. You'll be on it too.
You better be.
You better be. Why you think 90% of everybody did?
90% of people use the damn thing, and for what? Why?
Why? They didn't want to be the ones left out without it.
That's all.
That's all. Remember, we played in the heat where the water was hot.
Yeah, we played in real hot water, scalding water.
Scalding water. So, look, my point is, regardless of what you did and how you did it, I think everybody's entitled to their opinion to do whatever you chose to do. It should never be a disrespectful situation where it gets down to where because of somebody did it, they got to be a cheater or anything else. Because at that point, then I know where the greenhorns is.
Right. You got to be green.
Got to be green to make a comment like that, or you've never done it. So don't put yourself on blast like that, and definitely don't disrespect somebody based on what they do and what they say. Not in this chat room. Please don't do that, because when I see it, it bothers me. Because guess what? There's a reason why everybody in here blue. We on the same level. Trust me. I don't really kick people out. And that's all I'm saying. But I'm not going to sit back and deal with the disrespectful BS either. And I shout out to my moderators, and I have some administrative moderators out there who have the right, where a lot of y'all don't because you're on the same level, but there are some ones out there that have the right to put your ass completely out and block you. It didn't happen. But my administrative moderators, y'all know what you can do and you have the right to do, and it's not a lot of y'all who have that right. But don't let them take advantage of it. Because tonight, I just read over, I was just following the chat as much as I could. But again, that Shark Tank is something special, it's something special to us. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't want to see it get wasted based on a bunch of BS. Because again, nobody's better than anybody out there. This is not about who got what or what you did in the past. This ain't about none of that. This is a historical, entertainment, purpose-only podcast.
And if you did something in the past, you know, don't get mad because we don't know you.
Right.
Don't get mad because you want to be where we sitting. Don't get mad. Maybe you was pretty good where you was from. We just don't know you.
That's all.
So you stay in your lane and stay over where you at, but don't step on people just because you think you better than them.
Nah.
Because you ain't that good. If we don't know you, you're not.
You don't know you,
You ain't that
and
good.
I don't see you, then you're not. You're like the dogs we talk about. That's not relevant.
Right.
Don't put yourself in a situation where we gotta get you to, we gonna give you the flow. One thing that's gonna happen here, we will give you the flow.
I do not mind putting a man in that corner.
No, don't mind. We'll give you a shot quicker than hell, but you better be ready to scratch to get it, because we coming to get it. And that ain't no disrespect to anybody. That's just
telling
keeping
you
it
like
like it is. It is what it is. Now you can always put it in the test. That's what the game was built on. You all that you put up, and let's see. We ain't gotta talk about it.
Man. Shut up.
No, shut up. Get over there. We'll see. And that's what we always gonna do.
Always gonna do that.
Always gonna do that. Y'all know that. We always. I mean, for real, we'll do it real long time. We always scratch the wind. Y'all know that. Don't be come on. Don't act like y'all don't know what the Bring it. Bring it. Love y'all. Thanks for showing up, man. We'll see y'all Tuesday for Talk Shit Tuesday. Until then, everybody have a safe weekend. Enjoy your weekend. Again, special shout out to all the new viewers, all the people who stopped in and watched the show tonight. Special shout out to my man Richard Garcia, aka Schoolboy, for coming by. And don't forget, fellas, super chats, Cash App run across the bottom, super stickers for all the ones who get out there and do that, man. There's so much love for you, man. I understand. Y'all call it paying the dues. Hey, look, 99 cents, that's paying dues. Everybody was to pay 99 cents, we might have something. But guess what? We don't ask y'all for that. Y'all do that from your heart. Y'all don't ask us to sit here and do it. We do it. We do it from our heart. As long as everybody understand that and respect that, we might have something big going here. So until Tuesday, put a dog in the night, Mo.
I don't know, man. I might want to go back to Omega Red. That's what I'm gonna go back to. I'm going back to Omega Red. Only reason I'm going back to Omega Red, because my man had Abbott up. No, I might just go to Abbott. Yeah, I might just go Abbott. Yeah, I can go Omega Red or Abbott. No, I want to go back to Abbott. Where's that number at, Mike? I know it's on one of these papers here. I think it's this one right here. That one right there? Yeah, I'm going to go get at it. That's the dog of the night. I watched all these dogs' careers here. Them Super Kennel boys, come on, y'all. Y'all ought to know better. That's Nitro. That one, the one down.
That one.
That one there might have been my boy, Luther. I know somebody got another pedigree that said, "Twin, look up. This is your homeboy."
What about this one?
I just did that one, yeah.
What about that one?
No, I don't think it was that one either. Yeah, I just gonna put him up. I know how to find him. Yes, sir. It's my dog of the night, Grand Champion Abbott. Come on. Grand Champion Abbott. Omega Red. 357. The list goes on and on and on. Come on. I'd like to give another shout out to them boys who sized them up, Kennels. Them's another bad boys out there. You know, I didn't get a chance to get out in that deep. We don't talk about these boys, but we're coming back. I'm coming back. I'm coming back on Strictly Business. I'm coming back on Size 'em Up. I'm coming back on Super Kennels. I'm coming back on the Color Bus. Coming back on Hail Valley. Coming back with T-Mac. Dan Mexicano. I'm coming back with all them boys. Big boy, poor boy. I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Bringing all them old timers back up out here. Come on. Damn. Hakeem. Hakeem, I see what you're saying, boy. That's another kid. That's just a kid from Akron, Ohio. Oh, he's just a kid from Akron. Witness. Witness. Come on. Hey, Lil Light, what you mean, man? The twin, you got a jack? I got a jack. What do you mean like that? I'm trying to get the jack part, man. I don't know. Do I got a jack loose? What's the jack, baby? And then I got Jermaine Hunter saying, come on, twin, two boys. Okay, what's going on? Am I missing something? Pitbull Tone, what's up, baby? Hey, what's up, baby? Let's try and go ahead and hook you up with one, baby boy. Pitbull Tone, what's up, bro? Come on. Fort Lauderdale, you only go. Boy, for you, man. I know about Sunny Boy, man. All right, I got you, man.
Two more times that Mr. Little Champion smash Mr. Little Champion Brenda Bit. I showed her Davey Bishop from Buffalo.
Who's that?
Full tone.
Oh, you said from the real school, boy. You said two badass men, Davey Bishop and the boy. Go ahead, man. You got it, bro. You know I know who you talking about. Don't forget LaFon and Oreo up there. Don't forget Don B and the boys. All right? Wow.
Oh, Buffalo.
Yeah, this is the Buffalo boy. Don B, Oreo, LaFon. Don't forget a boy, what's his name? Buffalo Soldier. the combine, man. Look out for them boys. About just the combine, the boys ain't no joke either. They got some time to bring. Also, no Kennels is another badass Kennel. That's like my brother of the game right there. Over 40 years with them boys right there. So let them go, boys. The church boys. Keep on naming. Tennessee Dog Pound. I mean, there's so many of them out there. But I know you just because you was a fast running dog, man. I would love to get to the Tennessee Dog Pound, y'all.
My man said, they're gonna have to franchise these cats. Shark Tank is cracking.
I'm trying to tell you, man. I mean, the Shark Tank got their own brand. What you mean, man? Now, people talk about the Shark Tank more than they talk about us. They're starting to enjoy the chat room again.
My man Hunter said, War Dog Randy B.
Don't forget Randy B. Don't you mean don't forget Randy B. Stop it. Stop it. What you mean? That's my nigga, man. What you talking about Randy B, man? You're right. I sure did forget Randy. Randy, you know I'm sorry if you watching the show, man. Sorry, baby. You know I know. Me and Randy B is good friends. John B, all of us is good friends, man. I know them all, bro. Don't forget, Willie Pittman. Pittman's Champion Ninja. Don't forget Kango. Champion Kango. The boys that they had New York, and New York Junior. Them boys up in New York, right? Well, it wasn't really from New York. It was from Jersey. You know, they just put New York on there because, you know, they want to put it. It wouldn't sound like calling it New Jersey. They call it New York, New York.
I see you, Pitbull Tom. Appreciate the compliment, fam.
Oh, you got that coming there, man. You know you got that major respect coming both ways, baby. You know that, man. Boy, y'all was on crunk, boy. You get the, they was getting a little heated up in there, boy. Heated up in that mud. No, don't tell me you roll with Butch. Bull Stone. You roll with Bull. I bet you that was a hell of a ride. Oh, rad, dude. I love him to death, man, but that dude right there, he's definitely a bad. He made Akron look bad. He had great dogs, though. Yes, he did. He had that champion spike dog. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Ask Andy B. Ask Randy B. about handicap. He never had nothing nice to say about handicap. He never had nothing nice to say about handicap. I don't know. Maybe he wanted to put Spike on handicap or something. You know, we can't forget old champion Ninja. Remember, he came down to Akron and knocked off old Catfish's champion Red Dog. Yeah, he beat champion Catfish's champion Red Dog, old Ninja from Rochester. Had that champion Ninja dog. He was a good one too, though, wasn't he, Mike? We seen him win all three of his. Yeah. Yeah, I remember Pac-Man from the Flint. Yeah, I remember him. Old Pac-Man. Them boys up in Flint have some bulldogs too now. Saginaw, where McNasty and them was from. Them Flint boys had that Martell dog. They also had that Pepper and them came out of that area there. That little Pepper bitch. I think Pepper was related to that little Martell dog that lost the radar. I forgot that line of dogs they was from, but it was a hell of a nice line of dogs, though. Keep it right there, Mr. Hunter. You said it was Pontiac? I remember the Pontiac. The boys up in Pontiac had some bulldogs, too. I have to say Flint, Saginaw, and Detroit. Them was the hot spots. You know, we say Romulus because that was our little hiding place to go play at. You know, we say the Romulus because that was our playground. Come on!
thank everybody who came out to the show tonight. But you know, it's about that time. It is definitely about that time. So, for all my new viewers, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Like to again give a special shout out to my man, Mr. Richard Garcia, aka Word for dropping by. Big shout out to the Shark Tank. You know. Big shout out to everybody who participated in the poll. Hope everybody enjoy their weekend. Stay safe. And as I close out tonight, we will see you Tuesday. So let's rock on. Good people. Appreciate the love to my man, Mr. Penny Stacker for the 10 piece. Appreciate the love.